Yeah, I've never done one this early in the morning, so this ought to be interesting. So for those that are here, that are listening to me, before we get started, does anybody want to get off? Let me test to see if I'm heard on YouTube. Anyhow, I have Mr. Shug, what's going on? I've been looking forward to these streams. Brian Will, what's up? Cool gamer. Uh, it tickles me, man. About well, number one, patriarchy as a theme, as a structure, because patriarchy is a structure. Okay, it's not something that it's a societal structure. It's number one. Number two, um, patriarchy still exists. Okay, and there's certain rules that people abide by in the patriarchy. Now, hard, fast rules that people abide by in the patriarchy. Right. Number one is who the children belong to. That's number one. That's the most thing. How was wealth and children and privilege and all this kind of stuff? How was it passed down? That's number one, the number one thing in the patriarchy, right? It's not who is you can have a matriarchy and still have a what? A chief that's male. You can still have a chief's council that's all male. And it can still be a matriarchy. Uh, the Jewish religion as it sits right now is a matriarchy, but who's in charge? Who has the money? It's the men. The men do the business, the men in politics, but the thing is, it's still a matriarchy. They say that they have a matriarchy. Okay. Who rules the home? The Jewish mother rules the home. Okay. Who has control over the black family? Has always had control of the black family. It's not the patriarch, it's the matriarch. And I mean, I don't know how many books. Read Fraser's book. What the hell? Read um, The Philadelphia Negro. Okay. Not a it's never been a patriarchy, okay? Even the Negro question of 1890, right? They didn't want to teach black men how to read. They wanted to give all the education to black women. They said you didn't know how to read because you couldn't make money. Uh, your ability to make money has nothing to do with you being educated, being able to read. All you need is a trade. Still today, they believe all black men need is a trade. They don't need any kind of education. They believe that. I've heard that. I've been on arts panel. We still carry the same fucking pattern. Okay. You know, is Clark said, um, really, even today, 75% of your valedictorians are black females that's in black school. Even today. And that's been the case. Okay. How come boys have always been put in the back and girls have been put in the front if this is a patriarchy? Or there's been a patriarchal pattern, right? So just a father is gonna take over a family and all of a sudden pour all this kind of wealth and knowledge into the girls and put the boys out to work after they get past fifth grade. Come on, that was to create a matriarchy. What the fuck are you talking about, Prodigy? You guys be making no sense unless you're not talking to me. The matriarchy was created when with the law of with the law of the womb. Uh, the womb the what is the condition of the womb is the condition of the child. Okay, I've shown that many times, man. And that's set up the matriarchy. That set up the matriarchy in the black family, and it's been that way. Okay, the black women have always had control of the family. You haven't. It was always between that white slave master and that black woman have control of the family. My wife and I were just talking about this for the past. I finally just started to wake her up after 25 years. Uh, Yeah, well, the thing is that you've been told by white women about a patriarchy, right? A patriarchy that really doesn't exist because if you look at in Islam, okay, in Islam, in Asian culture, um, in Russian, I think, right, well, in Russian culture before the Soviets took over, um, in Chinese culture, the children belong to the father. Okay. In fact, there was I should go back and play the video. In fact, this Chinese guy was he was an immigrant, right? I think immigrant. I think he lives in Canada, but he was saying that uh, he wouldn't have been born if his father said he didn't want the kid. His father could have told his mother to abort that child. Okay, we don't have those rights. We don't have those rights. In China, they had the rights. If the guy's married and she gets pregnant and he says he don't want the child, child's not born because he has ultimate control of the family and child and who's been born. Because the state gives them that right. We ain't got that right. We ain't never had that right. Yeah, it's always been that way. Um, I mean, Frazier wrote like um 6 chapters on matriarchy, man, the Negro family. No, because you can't have a patriarchy without it being backed up in law. That's what this whole thing about the 10 years doctrine started eroding the patriarchy. The state took over the role of the father. Yeah, well, yeah, well, not to use his office hours. No, it's not. But so are you going to listen or are you going to you're going to leave? Everybody's complaining. Maybe I shouldn't have started up. Maybe we should just close it down since everybody's complaining. But a lot of people have been going back and forth about the patriarchy in the chat. So yeah, well, yeah, that's always been the case. In fact, that was the case and we actually talked about this. Me and the Green Gorilla actually talked about this. The reason they killed the patriarchy and Dr. Johnson, I might say it here, but Dr. Johnson had a unique thought, right? Did capitalism sell out the patriarchy for profits? Because they needed the children and the women in the factories, and they took the women and children out of the homes to put them in the factories. The father could easily legally go back and claim those that the child and that woman and bring him back home, right? So guess what they did? They took that kind of power away from the father and gave it to the state. Children belong to the state; they don't belong to you. Haiti's the closest thing you can think of. Haiti has a patriarchy, really? Not to my knowledge. I hadn't heard that one, but you can enlighten me because that's not what I heard from all the Haitians I talked to. It's not a patriarchy because the children, from what I understand, and the children belong to the mother there too. Not anymore, but right after independence. Well, then there was a patriarchy set up from France. Okay, there was France still had a patriarchy then. Remember, right after independence was 1804. So there was still a patriarchy. They might have. When we're talking about we're talking about the United States. We say black, we're not talking about the Caribbean. We're talking about the United States. Because if that's the case, we can go to Ghana, we can go to Liberia, hell, we can go to Brazil, we can go to Dominica, we can go to a whole bunch of other places, right? What's up, Bay? I mean, there's a whole lot of people that look like us that have patriarchies. We're talking about black folks in the United States because everybody wants to say, well, how you going to enforce the patriarchy inside the United States?" And the 10 Years doctrine didn't start with France. It started with who? It started with the English. The English didn't rule Haiti. You talking about where to get the best reefers? Oregon. J. Powell, what up? At 1.25 speeds, Lego. Just intrigued. Okay. Not really. They kind of banished Haiti. Okay. They don't have the same setup. So that's what I'm talking about. Everybody keeps looking at another fact. Well, hell, why don't we? Well, hell, United States had a lot of input on Liberia, a lot of input elsewhere, but that has nothing to do with the United States. We talk about a black. Let's kill the black. Let's call it a Negro patriarchy, since you guys want to be so so accurate. Okay, let's call it a Negro patriarchy instead of black, because I talk black, then you guys want to go all the way to New Guinea. Oh, well, you know what? They got a patriarchal structure in New Guinea that works. Haiti has the most restrictions I've ever seen. Against what? I don't know. What the thing is, people keep saying that's what we need. I used to go live on Friday every week, but it's on the women's side. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They started killing the patriarchy in the in 17 what is it in 1775 they started killing it with courts and the 10 years doctrine, right? Now, if a man abandoned his child, he had to be responsible for it. But thing is, no, um, they started killing that, and they killed most of the 10 years doctrine in 1896 when the man belonged to the woman. In fact, people say, well, the Patriots, the 10 years doctrine was so long ago. I was reading a article from 2017 where they're starting to propose 50-50 custody. Um, as a starting point in 20 states. And they actually mentioned, guess what, the 10 years doctrine. They said it's been around for almost 200 years. Oh, it's man, I've had a couple of streams, man. What pops up in every stream, okay? It pops up in every stream that I've been on. That what we need to do is control these women and bring the family back together is a patriarchy. We were matriarchal people. We were actually 90% married underneath the matriarchy, right? Even though the 90 percentile marriage rate and 90% of marriage rate was kind of fuzzy, right? It's because we had what we call walking divorces. So if you got married once and you split up, you could get married four more times. But thing you still, but by law, you're still married to that first wife. And Diane Stewart said right after emancipation, okay, the North tried to force you into a patriarchal pattern. It never worked because the women never wanted to be forced into a patriarchal pattern. They never wanted to be forced into a nuclear family. They like to have the fact they have choices to actually from going from man to man and having kids by more than one. Diane Stewart actually, in fact, I might pull it from the book and actually read it from her book because she actually documented this stuff. You never had a patriarchy, right? We had attempted patriarchies, but you never had one. Even in the West, okay, you had a pattern, but you never. But the United States, as far as a what we call a legitimate patriarchy, hasn't been one for like 150 years. Has not been one. And the little bits and stuff that you've had left over from the patriarchy, from the old patriarchal pattern, has been eroded. And by 1950, it was completely gone. By 1960, okay, you've rendered what was little was left. By 1972, you basically had a de facto matriarchy, and the de facto matriarchy that makes you pay because they still make you pay old patriarchal bills. The only thing that exists in the patriarchy is basically your financial responsibility. That's it. Your wife leaves, she takes your kids, you got to pay alimony and child support. So all you left it with from the patriarchy is the debts. Where in a way where men are imposing. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys the link in a minute. I'm gonna give you guys a link in a minute because you guys gotta explain it to me. That's why I want an explanation because you guys are killing me with this patriarchy shit. Because at the end of the day, because even I was talking to the guy with the Nation of Islam said Islam has the answer. I said okay. I said in traditional Islam, the wife leaves. Who takes the kids? She got to leave the kids with you. Okay, and she does leave the kids with you because she has no choice, right? Nation of Islam, if she leaves, guess what she's doing? She's taking her kids. And she could have three other husbands and have kids by them. At the end of the day, when she leaves with all of them, guess what she's doing? She's taking her kids. She has the right to go from man to man and take her children. And if she really wants to, she can go after you. Well, the only reason she can't go after you for alimony is because she doesn't have a state sponsored, state sanctioned marriage. So if she doesn't have that, she can't go to court and get alimony, at least in this state. But if she live with you 10 years, she can get that too because she becomes a what is I forget what they call it. I forget what kind of wife they call it. So if there's because I know y'all out there, 195 people watching. Hit the likes. Likes are free. Hit my like button. Likes are free. Common law. Yeah. Yeah, common law. Hell, if they're with you long enough, they can actually go after you for common law marriage. Okay, she wants to, and I don't see any Nation of Islam women actually agreeing to leave their children with you. Okay, don't see it. So even if they say they practice patriarchy, when they get ready to bounce, they don't practice it. They pretend at it. They pretend at it. Yeah, well, you don't have to have thumbs left. Okay, they free. But if you ain't got no thumbs left, why are you here? You don't even like me. Why are you here? They still have it, but it's slowly but it's eroding down there too. South America, the biggest out of wedlock birth rates in the world are in South America. So it's eroding down there too. So they're 30 years behind, but they'll catch up because I don't have a super chat button. Okay, that's why. Oh, okay, all right. What's the solution? You have to reorganize into a pattern that works. And the thing is that I said that the Jewish religion is a matriarchy. They've said it that it's a matriarchy. It's actually the children are actually designated through maternal lines. In fact, I think you inherit money through maternal lines. Okay, it's a matriarchy. But guess what? Who do they prop up? They prop up they prop up the boy children. Boy children are the most educated, well learned, most protected, well respected group probably on the planet. Leo, we ain't doing it today because I don't have a super chat. T Riddler. You asked the question last night. I asked the question last night. BG responded only in the black church. Really, there ain't no patriarchy in the black church. Are you kidding? That's the last place you're gonna find a patriarchy. I don't know. But I want if you the thing is that everybody's talking about patriarchy. I want to hear some good valid arguments about patriarchy. I think when the patriarchy is, if you go by the legal definition, is the patriarch of the family has control of the wealth, children, and movement sometimes of his family. Okay, a patriarch can decide who gets married, or has control of, or say so who gets married, and where the wealth goes, where the wealth is passed down to, who inherits what. And the old patriarchy. A woman could not inherit the wealth. She had to get married first, and then the wealth went to her husband. Whoever she married, that's where the wealth went. If a guy married into a wealthy family, she had land and slaves. Okay, if he married her, he absorbed her the slaves and the wealth and the land. Okay, she couldn't own it. She could not own property. She had to own property through her husband because her husband was responsible for her. Um, if your wife racked up debts, guess what happened? She didn't go to jail. You did. If she committed a crime, she didn't get in trouble. You did. So the children, the wealth, and property belonged into the man's hands. That's a true hardcore patriarchy. Okay, that's the way it is in Islam. That's like we had to pay a dowry, right? Because if she inherited anything, it went to you. So the children, and so that's like you had to pay alimony. So if you divorced her, you used up her youth, her beauty, and you had children, you get the children, you had to pay her off. That's where alimony comes in. You couldn't just bounce her with nothing unless she did something wrong. Okay, Afro Shot, why don't you get on up, bruh? There's no such thing. There is no such thing as a patriarchal household. Show me one, Afro Shop. Show me one. Ain't no 20%. There is none. There's zero, because if America as a patriarchy doesn't exist. That man don't have no control of those. I just um talk to Dead Set Anime, right? Very patriarchal. He had prenups, he had postnups, he had everything Trump tight, right? The court still fucked him over. Still gave those kids to that woman, and he had it Trump tight. I mean, he's tight, tight as tighter than a diamond cutter's watch. Okay, no such thing. Everybody says that. That's what I'm saying. Afro shop. Why don't you bounce? We post the link. Why don't you bounce on up? The Igbos still with it because they have what? They have a patriarchy. They're not the only one. Igbos, Kenyans. There's a whole bunch of people still practice the dowry. Well, we have a. All right, Leo. This is about it's a series from about patriarchy. Unless you got something, unless you can define it for me, really give me something really good, man. I don't have time to waste. Okay.
I just came inside. Hey, you shooting my line right
So
now.
what?
That's all. I
So
said
what?
you shooting like her.
Okay.
I'm just came on to agree with you. Saying
Okay. All right. Okay.
I don't have no. Yeah. I you white
You're breaking up.
page. Oh, okay, let me see. But patriarch about 89,
There's no such thing as a black patriarchy. Never has been a such
right?
anything such as black patriarchy. You're still breaking up. I don't know where you're at, but you're breaking up.
Or see, I'm on the beach.
Oh, okay.
Uh, yeah, but I'm still from.
Now, which beach you at?
I'm
Which beach you
at
at?
Doc.
Doc Weiler? Okay.
I'm on. Yeah, I'll be doing my
You got probably had to get
sometimes.
closer to the condos if you're at Doc Weiler, where the Wi-Fi is at better at.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna call you back later though.
All right.
I'm call you.
What up, babe?
What's up, man? I'm at work, so I probably have to mute myself every now and then.
Okay.
But as far as trying to get back to a black patriarchy, I mean something that we halfway had once we got our families intact in the 1900s, like maybe I would say maybe the
Nope.
mid 1920s to the
Nope.
mid 1960s.
Nope. Nope.
Well, that's why I said somewhat, somewhat,
it,
somewhat.
it was somewhat.
Somewhat. At least we was
You the
bringing. At least we was bringing money in the house and
matriarchies
like we
worked.
had some control.
Matriarchies work the same way.
I feel it, but let me. My point is that as long as as long as you live here, as long as you have your own women, not to mention the government trying to undermine you as a man, particularly a black man
Mm-hmm.
in this country, you can fucking forget it. Like you may be able to yeah, you may be able to practice patriarchy in your own home, depending on if you date a woman that comes from a positive patriarchal household. Good
Mm-hmm.
luck with that shit.
So what if she
Okay.
leaves? Is she gonna leave the kids there with you?
Of course not.
Then it's not a
Of
patriarchy,
course
sir.
not.
It's
So
not a patriarchy, sir.
well, that's why that's my whole point. If you really want to, I mean, if you want to jump into a true patriarchy, take your ass to over there to the Middle East.
Yeah.
They wish oh, you want to get a divorce? You be lucky if you don't get stoned or beheaded,
Yeah.
and you ain't going nowhere with these goddamn kids.
Yeah. Indonesia, Malaysia. Yeah. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, you can fucking forget it. But I mean, in all honesty, your best bet for any type of patriarchy is to maybe try to talk her into leaving the kids with you while she go off and fulfill her dreams and get her OnlyFans popping. I mean, look at what Rob Kardashian and the other guy who
hmm
knocked up a prostitute.
Yeah.
Look at what they did. You know, this bitch sitting up here hollering excuse me, I don't curse. This chick sitting up here hollering about child support, and they like, we have our kids. What child support are you supposed to get?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's really your best bet. But
Yeah, and and the only reason she didn't get that is because she's a trash mother, and the
yeah,
court had to take her matriarchal rights from her.
yeah, but this is what a lot of these brothers run around here. This is what they chasing after, talking about some, you know,
Yeah,
let's wife these chicks. I'm
yeah.
trying to get these chicks to realize that to be wives. And it's like, no, these are prostitutes. Like, you don't get it. This fatherless culture that came up during our era, you and I, BGS, because we're the same age, we're the same generation.
No, no, no. You're Gen X. I'm a
Yeah.
boomer.
Well, I haven't. Oh, my soul matches your age.
Okay, all right, all right.
Because
Okay,
I
all
grew up
right.
old school.
Okay.
I didn't grow up new school. I grew up old school. We look at this shit and all the teen pregnancy and whatnot. I mean, it started the process. It's the women that we went to school with started the prostitution era in
Mm-hmm.
which we're living in now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, free
It's a
love.
yeah,
Yeah, free love and all that kind of crap.
yeah, it's a
Mm.
prostitution era, and it's over. It's over for Black society as far as I'm concerned. It's
Oh,
fucking over.
well, whole society, really, as far as that's concerned.
Well, white,
White women are catching
Hispanic,
up. Yeah.
Asians, and Indians, they still practice. They still practice, at least on the surface, what looks like patriarchy. They
Mm-hmm.
still practice it. Whites especially. You ain't going to China, and you ain't going to China, and some chick is running her household.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Right? Because there's no. I want people to understand that the reason why it's so crazy over here is because there's no welfare office in Beirut. You know
Nope.
what I'm
Nope.
saying?
Nope.
There's no social services in Russia or the Ukraine or in India or
Nope.
Pakistan or anywhere else in Mexico, in Jamaica. Either you survive as best as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But this country, because of the social services network,
Yeah.
all right, which was designed, in all honesty, come the second wave, was to dis- totally dismantle families, throw us into chaos. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this is what its intent is. Feminism, social services. I mean, we can trace it right back. And you got media, all right. You got in-house personal education. It's fucking over. I keep saying you got to Noah's Ark this shit, and I guess people just shrug their shoulders like, yeah, okay. Well, what we gonna? Well, then sit here and die.
Well, they're happy with it, so they're not going anywhere. They didn't go anywhere before.
Stockholm syndrome Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Stockholm syndrome. I'm not happy here. I don't want to die here if I have a choice. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather go out like Kevin Samuels. Either either I'm going out like Kevin Samuels or I'm going out like a uh, well, Adam Sandler in Click, where he had the
Okay.
remote.
Mm-hmm.
How'd he die? He died surrounded by his grandkids and great grandkids. It's either one or the other. Either I'm dying between legs or I'm dying surrounded by love. That's the ideal death for everybody. One of the two. I don't want to get gunned down by some white inferiorities with a goddamn attitude problem. I don't want to get gunned down by some dusty nigga trying to, I don't know, reclaim his gay manhood. I don't have time for none of this shit.
NYC song, man. The state, it's state and men still have control over paternity. Okay. The chick want to bounce, she doesn't get shit. Okay.
How about they just don't knock the bitch up?
Yeah. Oh, they were talking about if they're married. Okay, they're married.
Maybe. Look, you know what? This is what kills me
Hmm.
about men and marriage and everything. Have you been married, right?
No.
Okay. But you knew off rip. There was
Hmm.
a point in time during the relationship where she said something
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or
that
did
made
something.
you go, oh, fuck, no, I ain't having no kids with you. or I ain't marrying you.
Yeah, I ain't married. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I'm
Yeah,
not married. Yeah.
right,
It
yeah.
happened a
We
couple had
all
had a couple times. Yeah.
I think the biggest problem with, as far as here in the States, amongst the commoners, is that we see marriage as, I love you, I love you. Well, let's spend our life together. I love what what you do with your mouth, and I love your joystick. Let's get married. You got some
Yeah.
money, let's get married. No, 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 no. This thing, marriage is okay, because we don't do arranged marriages,
Mm-hmm.
this thing has to be a vetting process. It's a vetting process, and people just don't know how to vet.
That's
They
what
don't.
courting. That's what courting was for.
Thank you. Like, okay, I want to see what type of father or what type of mother you're going to be. Let's go to your family picnic, your family gathering. Let me see how you interact with your little cousins,
Mm-hmm.
nieces and nephews. Let me see how you interact
Mm-hmm.
around your family with your family, period. I'm watching everything.
In
I'm
in
putting you through test.
in NYC Songman, can you please stay on topic? Okay. Can you stay on topic, please?
I'm not even reading shit. I
I
got
know
my
I am. What I'm saying, what I'm talking to them because it's what you interact with. It's interaction with both. But continue your
okay.
point.
Yeah, but I'm putting you through tests every chance I get.
Yeah.
Here, I'm bringing my nephew over. Here's the baby.
Yeah.
Here, hold the baby,
But
honey.
that also works. But they also do the same thing in matriarchy. So they do the
Yeah,
same thing. In fact, it's more intense in the matriarchy as far as the vetting process because the women really want to check you out because they want the best for that woman. They want the best husband for that woman. So
and that's
they're really going to test her out. Yeah.
you know how many. I swear to God, there was a story. One of the ladies when we had our store, she used to come in. Her and her husband used to come in like 3 times a week, and sit and
Mm-hmm.
talk all day. And
Mm-hmm.
she told the story of how she met her husband because I think I asked. I was like, well, how did y'all meet? And she said that her husband used to come up to the house, like she got 5 sisters. She like the
Mm-hmm.
sixth one and a couple of boys.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to come up to the house and sit on the porch. And the father, he said her father asked him, like, boy, what you coming around here for? He's like, sir, I'm looking for a wife.
Mm-hmm.
So he sat there with the father for like a month, on the porch every day for a month on end.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, well, which one do you like? After the father got to know him, sat there and went through the vetting process. He vetted the dude. He was like, okay, well, you know what? Which one do you like? Hey, well, I like that one. Like, well, you know what? She's perfect for you
Mm-hmm.
because of her personality. I know my daughters. I know what you're looking for. Y'all be perfect. These folks been married 40, 50 years.
Yep.
It ain't about love. Marriage is a business. Sure, you can love the person. You can grow to love the person. You could hate the motherfucker for all I give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? But marriage is a business. It ain't got nothing to do with you boinking loins.
Wolf, you can come in anytime you want, Wolf.
Your feelings are not required in a marriage.
It's not. It's about duty, and Kevin said that years ago, right? Marriage
Right.
is not about likes. It's about duty. It's not about love. It's about duty. Okay, you train for a position. He's trained for a position. You match the two together, and that's what a marriage is.
Good Lord. Yeah, because feelings change like the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Like the wind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This ain't, and in a marriage, it ain't like you can just ghost the motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you get up, put your clothes on, like it's a sneaky link.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if women knew they had to be married for life, okay, they would be a lot more pragmatic. That's what no fault
Yeah,
divorce uh, gives
right.
them.
That,
Okay.
yeah, they sit up there talking about some, irreconcilable differences. Oh, what? You just didn't like the motherfucker no more. Oh, he was still a good man. You say he was abusive. And this is what killed me when they say that the men were abusive and said
Mm-hmm.
narcissists. Like, because they just stopped kissing your ass. That's what it was. You got heard the word no a lot. So therefore, irreconcilable differences. Oh, he was a narcissist. Like, no, bitch. Like, he just stopped acting like he was your daughter that he was fucking. Like, that's all it was.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say that right?
I guess.
Because because a lot in a lot of these modern day
We can
marriages,
barely hear you, Wolf, but if
it's
you're trying to talk.
incestuous.
Mm-hmm.
It's pseudo incestuous. You want him to pay the bills while you sit on your ass all day,
Mm-hmm.
and he just come home and just bang you out. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's like having a teenage daughter. Only now there's incest involved.
Yeah, well, really, it's like Rom says, an acculturated prostitute. She's just there to give you sex.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But they want you. But you want you to treat her like a princess. You understand what I'm saying? Like you can't treat her like a wife because she's not a wife. She's not wife material. She acts
Mm-hmm.
like a little girl.
Yeah.
Right. That's the problem. That's where I get it from. They act like little girls, little spoiled little girls who don't want to fuck, and it's like that's disturbing. Because do understand these, you talking about women who grew up without a father in the house. So yeah, they'll get with an older man because they have that, I need my daddy
Yeah.
complex.
Yeah. Yeah. But did their mother teach them how to run a house? Because they grew
Hell
up with a
no.
mother.
They
So
teach them how to
I,
run a
I
whole
I
house.
don't give a shit if a father she never saw a man in her life. Did her mother teach her how to run a house?
She taught her how to run a whorehouse, but
Well,
she
then
didn't teach her how to run a
who who
home.
who teaches the girl to actually be a wife? Is the man or is it the mother?
Shit, really, in all honesty, it's both of them.
No, come on, man.
Well,
It's
do
not.
understand. Oh, hold on. The mother will teach the daughter basic skills. This is how you do, blase, blase, blase. But with a man in the house, the daughter actually see it gets put into practice, and she sees how her father, should respond to her mother if her mother is handling her business. She sees the response that she gets. She should see the love. Like, okay, well, she didn't yell and cuss at daddy, for fucking this up.
She might
Whereas
she might have taught him how to a father can teach the girl how to relate to a man, but as far as running a house, that's a woman's job.
Right, that's what I'm saying. She should be able to be able to handle all aspects from the husband to the pet.
So so
You
it,
know.
so, it, so if she has a mother in the house, how come
hmm
she can't run a house? How come she can't cook, clean, all the household
Because the
duties that
mama
she's supposed
ain't
to do?
teaching her
Well,
nothing.
exactly. So it doesn't matter whether there's a father in the house or not.
When I had okay, you're right. But I mean, I have me. I'm finna take it back. When I had
Okay.
my niece, the
Mm-hmm.
shit that I saw that she was lacking, I
Mm-hmm.
taught
Yeah.
I taught it to her. Your mama was upstairs on her ass. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, she taught you how to cook. You know how to clean. That's fine. But now you need to learn other shit that your mom
Mm-hmm.
ain't. You need to learn how to navigate dealing with these dudes out here in the street.
Well,
You know,
look, well, I mean, her mother can tell her that from her vantage point. She can't tell it from the masculine
I'm
perspective. She sure can.
gonna
She
leave that
can.
alone.
She
I'm
sure
gonna leave that
can.
alone. I'm going
Well,
to leave that
we could
alone.
be because how many mothers tell the boys how to navigate women? How do we find out?
Wow, that's a good question.
I,
Because
I,
it
I want
wasn't
to
my
know.
mother. It wasn't my mother that taught me how to deal with women. It was
Oh, who
my
who was it?
female cousins.
Mhm.
It was my female cousins.
Okay, and
It was
most
my
mo-
female
most
cousins.
most guys learn how to navigate women from the boys, from their friends.
Oh, I did have my older cousin. I mean, he taught me how to be a player,
Hmm.
but I wasn't trying to be a player. I've been wanting to be married with children ever since I turned 17.
Yeah.
Like in high school, I was running through chicks. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna hardly lie. I was running through chicks, but once I turned 17, on my 17th birthday, I settled down and figured out what the hell I wanted to do with my life. Thank God. Based on the horror stories, on one hand, I'm glad it didn't happen, but on the other hand, I wish it had. It's just that the two that I had picked out,
Hmm.
well, 2 of the 4. God damn. I think two of them would have been great. The other 2, not so much.
Yeah. Well, the thing is if if women still trained wives, then all this kind of stuff about getting married, picking a wife wouldn't be that hard. Wouldn't be that hard at
No,
all.
it really would. And you know what? In a sense, it really wasn't for me. It really wasn't for me because the 2 that I was really, really, really serious about,
Mm-hmm.
their daddy was at home with
Okay.
them. They was raised in the patriarchal structure.
Yeah. We'll give
No,
them
they no,
patriarchy.
they really was because one was Afro
Yeah. Okay.
One was
Oh.
Afro Latina, and the other
Okay.
one, I've been at her house, like her, the one that passed. Her
Mm-hmm.
mama, of course, good church going woman, blase blase. But when Daddy
Mm-hmm.
put his foot down, when Daddy said something, the
Mm-hmm.
shit. And her father he was a man. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? He was the
Mm-hmm.
man of the house. There was no doubt about
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
it. Yeah. So, but them other 2, the other 2, no daddy in the house, lived with her father, but mother was a psychopath.
I've dated, engaged with, dated with, had kids with women from 2-parent households. So I can tell you, okay, 2-parent
Hey, so
households, they're all the
it's
same.
a crapshoot.
Hmm?
Life is a crapshoot.
Yeah, it's a
That's
crapshoot.
how we got. All right, I
It's,
gotta
it's
go on
no,
mute. I gotta go out in public.
all right.
So, but go ahead. I'm listening. I'm not
Okay.
driving, but I'm just listening. Let me make a round right quick.
Yeah, yeah. I remember this. I was talking to this guy, man, from Philly, and he said he ran his house as a patriarchal household, and he had and he was adamant about for months. He was adamant about it, and then one day he calls in, and we were talking to him on a live stream, and he says, uh, "There's something that I think his daughter was going to a function or something like that, and it's something he actually forbade her to wear, forbade her to wear." Absolutely put his foot down, right? His mother, uh, uh, her mother, the daughter, his wife, and her mother uh, went right over his head. She wore it anyway, and he was there babbling. I said, "I thought you put your foot down. Hmm. I thought you ruled. Oh, I run this household. I guess not." Because when it came down to making a choice, they put their foot down. Guess whose side they took?
Like, okay. Like I tell you what, if you want to wear that, you're gonna wear that right here in this house.
You know, 2-parent household. Who is who gets promoted? Is it the sons or is it the daughter? 2-parent
Dude,
household.
I can't call that because I know that shit wouldn't have went down in my motherfucking house like that.
I said,
She'd have
your
set her
household.
motherfucking ass right there on that fucking bed. Like you ain't going nowhere wearing that shit. And when you walk out if you change clothes, you want to go change your clothes. You want to go so bad, change your clothes. Well, I said I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to protect her.
It doesn't matter. They
I don't
don't
give a
care.
fuck about all that women's
Mm,
lib bullshit. This
They
is
they
our
they
girl.
don't.
Fucking
This
niggas out here is goddamn
this
rapists. What the fuck is
this
you trying to do?
this went on. I think it was it the Women of Brewster Place. Okay, when Oprah. This is
Oh,
when
I remember that show.
remember this. Remember that? And remember Oprah
Yeah,
when Oprah's father she got pregnant.
and he
And
beat her with that
he,
goddamn
he, he's
broomstick.
trying to breed her with the broomsticks, trying to tell just trying to get her to fess up who got her pregnant. She would not give it up. And guess who came out with the gun?
The mom.
The mom.
Yeah, she almost
oh, oh,
shot him
oh,
in
oh,
the ear.
oh,
Yeah,
patriarchy, huh? Come on,
he
get
is.
the fuck out of
But
here.
you know what? You pull a fucking gun on me.
Okay, okay, well, then
You
it's a
pull a
shootout.
gun on me.
But she does not believe in patriarchy. Because if she believed
Oh,
in patriarchy, she'd have shut her mouth. Okay. The book "The Eyes of Watching God," written by Zora Neale Hurston, right? Okay, whole book, and this is the 1930s, early 1930s when she wrote the goddamn book, right? Okay, ain't with no patriarchy there either. Okay, I
you,
never had
you,
one. People say we had. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Okay.
you pull a gun on me. You better
Hmm.
kill me because the relationship is over.
What the
And I'm gonna
relationship?
beat the fuck out of you for pulling that fucking gun out on me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, yeah, if she don't shoot you first.
Yeah, she don't shoot me first. You know, all that. I'm just trying to get you to stop beating on the little girl. Like, okay. All right, I'll stop beating on her. Come
Yeah,
here,
see,
baby. I love you. And headlocking him.
see,
Boom! Bring her in this bitch.
my grandmother was born in 1910, man. She, she, there wasn't it was a matriarchy then, man.
Ah,
A succession of women.
I hear you. I hear you. But, you know, I mean, I've only lived in one woman's house, you know, where
Mm-hmm.
her name was the principal on the deed.
Mm-hmm.
I've only lived in one woman's house,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a complete and total fucking disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought I was 25.
Mm-hmm.
I was 25. So yeah, that was first and last time that's ever happened. Never happened again.
Yeah.
Never happened again.
Yeah.
Because
Most of the men in this, most of the men talking shit are matriarchal. They don't even know it. You hear it come out of them.
look,
They've been trained to be matriarchs.
I can tell them firsthand. Them women, as much as they, you know, oh yeah, come on in, it's okay, blase, blase. What they're looking for is control. They just want to control. They want to live in fucking human vibrator, and they want to be able to control your ass. And the second you call yourself trying to have a dissenting opinion, then guess what? All of a sudden now they want to take shots at you. You know, they want to threaten to kick you out and all of this stuff. My my sister's husband, well, he's their ex now, but when they got married, he kept his apartment. She was mad as hell about that, called herself kicking him out of her place because he kept his apartment. And I'm like, you stupid idiot. This is exactly why he kept his apartment.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is why.
Yeah.
Like all you only thing you did was reinforce his ideology.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said. That's why I said it's no patriarchy. Ain't no
Right.
patriarchy.
Because you want control.
Yeah.
You want control.
Because that's the way they've been taught.
Yeah. Ever since slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Control. Like,
Control.
no,
Yeah.
you do not control me. I'm a grown ass motherfucking man.
Mm-hmm.
I build, I create, I maintain, okay, I defend, okay, I raid, I pillage. What the fuck do you do besides sit there and run your fucking mouth?
Yeah. And hell,
Please, just tell me.
I mean, look back. Read any book, any black book, and tell me where you can find a freaking patriarch. Any of them. Any black literature written by a male or female, where you can find a patriarchy.
Shit, not even in the Terry McMillan book, Mama.
No, Mama, wasn't Mama a single woman? A single
Yep,
mother?
single
Yeah.
mom
Mm-hmm.
with bastard kids,
Mm-hmm.
with
Yeah.
a little side dude
Yeah.
that, you know, got the head in her daughter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why you can't trust. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I don't give a fuck if hook or crook, the kid is coming to stay with me. I'm the custodial parent.
Yeah. Good luck.
I don't give a fuck. Hey, did you ever see Sons of Anarchy?
Huh?
You ever see Sons of Anarchy?
I haven't seen it. No.
Believe it or not, it's pretty good for it to be about white bikers.
Okay.
It will definitely catch your interest. But there was the guy Jax.
Mm-hmm.
He was like the sub leader of the group,
Mm-hmm.
and he was going through it with his baby mama or his ex-wife over custody.
Mm-hmm.
I pull a Jax on your ass. And what Jax was about was because the reason why they split because his ex-wife was on drugs.
Oh, okay.
Right. So he caught up with her ass and gave her a shot of euphoria.
Okay.
It was like, I'll see you in court.
Okay.
I see you in court. And as much as she sat up there and said, he drugged me, he held me down, I'm like, well, you got any proof of this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, your drug test came back positive. Trust me, I will find a way. I hate to put this on the fucking internet airways, but I'm not kidding. When it comes to your children, you need to hook or crook protect your children, fellas.
Okay. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
You better try.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can,
Got
sometimes.
hiring these freaking Better Call Saul freaking mall lawyers. Get you a goddamn suit
i-
guy from
i-
downtown.
if you willing to go nuclear over a kid, then you go nuclear over the kid. You
You
know,
should go nuclear over your kid.
that is a very personal and it's a very arduous thing. If you want to go that route, you can. Okay,
I
go that route,
guarantee
you can.
you, if I had kids and it came down to that situation, I would.
Okay, and
I mean, hell, I went nuclear over a kid that wasn't even mine.
what I'm saying is,
You know what I'm saying?
everybody that I know, every guy that I know, they got their kids. Man, it took them about at least almost 10 years and a whole lot of fighting. Okay, we
Are
just
they
just
happier with? Are they happier now that they have their kids?
no, what I'm saying is they did what they had to do, but are they happier? No. The thing is they felt
So
there's something they
miserable
felt they
because
had to do.
of their kids.
Something they felt they had to do. And and then it also depends on who the mother is. If the mother's a decent chick, it's probably not going to happen.
Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, if the mom's a decent chick, I can deal with that. You know, I mean, after all, she chose me to have a baby with. So, I mean, I'm not gonna look at myself as a piece of shit. At least I hope people understand that. You know, when you talk bad about your baby mom, your baby dad, do
Hmm.
understand that this is somebody that you chose to sleep with
Yeah.
willingly. You weren't
Right.
raped. You chose to sleep with them. So if you're
Right.
saying you make bad decisions sexually, you're a part of that.
Yep. Yep. If the patriarchy doesn't exist, why do women insist that it does? Because that's how they claim victimhood and they get good benefits out of it. So they claim victimhood. If the
Is this
patriarchy
something
wasn't
somebody
there,
wrote?
and this patriarchy wasn't there, or the idea of the patriarchy wasn't there, they have nothing to fight against. They'd have no claim. They have no argument. In other words, chick, you're getting everything that you're supposed to get. It's all fair. Now go for it. But thing is, if they can claim there's a patriarchy that's oppressing them, then they can go to their state or the state government and cry and get benefits. It's all about benefits. That's why.
Well, I want to take it back to what you were saying about when I asked him, I said, when I asked you, were the guys who fought and got custody of their children from their baby moms, were they better for it? Were they happier? And you kind of alluded to, and maybe, maybe not.
Yeah. I mean,
And
the ones I talked to that actually got it had to fight for 10 years. They were exhausted. Okay, they did it because that's what they felt they had to do.
okay,
And
so they felt that they
so
had to do it, and now that it's done, how
yeah,
do they feel now that it's done?
they felt they did what they had to do because I know guys that didn't give a fuck. Hey, let her go. Pay the
I no,
child
I get
support.
that,
Yeah,
but
pay the child support bonds. So the guys actually gave up and actually went on with their own business. They actually were as far as because you actually said happy, right?
we're the winners, not the losers, the winners.
We said happy, right?
Right.
The ones that say fuck it, bitch. I'll pay my child support. I'm gonna bounce and go be happy. They're actually happier.
Okay. And the ones that actually won custody are their children after
Yeah,
they won custody.
they're satisfied because they got control of the kids and they were actually able to uh, bring up functional kids.
So they're satisfied, but
They're
they're not
satisfied.
happy
They're
about
not
the
happy.
decision.
No, because they had to go through stuff and they still had to go through stuff. Because chick
Wow.
chick didn't stop because she got the kids. They didn't stop. So even after they got the kids, the woman kept coming back trying shit. So it's a constant battle. And the guy. In fact, you can go back and look at it. Um,
Yeah, get the
development,
bitch hooked on drugs and call it a day.
and that's also a TV show too.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Right? But
It
because
ain't like it's
if
ain't
you're
like
gonna
it's not hard to do. I mean, ain't like it's hard to do.
if you're going up against a 10 years doctrine that's been enforced for 200 years, 200 years of doctrine, you want to go up against that, spend all that time, all that money, all that, because all that time, all that money, and all that expense and headache and gray hairs, because you're doing it because you think it's the right thing to do. You're not doing it because you want to be happy.
Oh, I swear to God, being caught up in the custody battle over a kid that
It
wasn't
was,
mine. It's
it was,
like,
he wasn't calling a man losers. So in other words, losing the custody battle. He didn't call the
no, that's
person.
not where I'm going.
No,
I'm just saying how
I'm
you get there.
clarifying. I'm clarifying because he
Okay.
think you call them in losers. No, he's talking about
Oh no,
losers
I'm
as
not
far as the
calling
custody
nobody
battle.
losing.
It's talking about losers as far as the custody battle because there's going to be a winner and loser in court. That's what he's talking about.
Right.
I'm clarifying.
Yeah,
That's all.
you're right. I'm talking about the men who won the custody battle, but having actually witnessed the custody battle, it's pure fucking ridiculous. I understood where the guy was coming from, and I understood where the woman was coming from.
Yeah,
But it's like, how about somebody ask the fucking child?
yeah.
Hey, why don't
Well,
you ask the kid what they think?
well,
Consider how they're the ones that got to live with one of you assholes.
the child, I can tell you, man, because I got kids in their 30s, man. The kids don't even realize what the fuck went on until they get to be like 30. Then they may or may not appreciate it. Okay, I can tell you that.
Yeah,
Okay. Truth is, people confuse black economic gains from post World War II economy with a thriving patriarchy. Because niggas don't read, man. Yeah. If you read, you would know differently. Because man, there's so many books, so many accounts, so many news articles, so many studies that say the exact opposite. Okay, that's a folk tale. Okay, folk tale. In fact, families underneath in a environment where the matriarchy and extended family can thrive, then you get a more intact, more cohesive family because you're in an environment for a matriarchy to work. When black people had to move out of off the plantation of the farms, which the black matriarchy was actually created, it started to disintegrate really fast. Especially, it came apart at the seams. Okay, you can't tell me that the black family has been successful since 1960, since the civil rights. You can't tell me that. Okay, since we moved into an urban environment, you can't tell me that the black family's been successful. It started disintegrating almost immediately.
yeah, and it's never regained its structure. It just keeps collapsing
It
and
keep collapsing.
collapsing.
I mean, it's reached a point. It reached a point of equilibrium where it can't collapse anymore. But yeah. Um, no. Basically, 304s went for power. They were given power. You never had power. That's the issue. They actually put, really the powers that be allowed feminism or what we think of as feminism today. They put it. They actually codified it, right? They did it on purpose. In fact, Lyndon B. Johnson took your affirmative action away from it by giving it to white women. Okay. The white man, the state gave the white woman more power to tamp down the white man and take money out of your pockets, and your woman allowed them to do it
Because they
because she
classify women as a minority.
as a minority with one word. It's called
Double
sex. That
jeopardy.
they actually put it in a executive order and then amended Title IV of the Civil Rights Bill to include white women.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is that I sit up there, I be talking like some of these discussions with women. I tell them
Hmm.
like, everything you got, all of this social justice BS and all this woke stuff and
Hmm.
all these little
Hmm.
trinket doohickeys and little legislative laws. Like, I want you to understand that you actually didn't fight for that shit. It's
No.
just that the white man just got tired of you bitching and moaning and decided to throw you some fucking trinkets because they're harmless. But the very second it takes anything away from somebody important, I guarantee you they're gonna put their motherfucking foot on your neck
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
squeeze.
Yeah. Because they allow white women to take the money away from them. It'd be all right if they took it away from black men and gave it to black women. Okay, it's still saying the black family. You didn't even get that.
Eventually,
Becky just came and took the whole cake and left you crumbs. And then what's left over for your crumbs, that's what black men got.
eventually, I've said this about simps, how a simps will eventually find his nuts.
Hmm.
That's how you get you know, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. That's how you get one of them moments because a simp found his nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But when a simp finds his nuts, it's not a good thing for anybody all around
Yeah. I
because
mean,
he's gonna go nuclear.
Mr. Shug, okay, Mr. Shug, to you, we just said it, man. Why did they make women minorities? Who did they make? Why did they make women minorities? Who did they do it for? It wasn't for you. They were
Right.
never
It was for
supposed to be
white women.
minorities. I just did a
Right.
video on that. Tommy Curry just did a paper on that, right? And said and actually named the three people who actually started that campaign. And the liberals said you kill civil rights if you do this, right? And they did it anyway. They knew what they were doing.
Of course. You really think that they was just gonna designate black folks to have something just to themselves? I just read what the motherfucker just trademarked the name Juneteenth.
Who did?
A white dude,
Oh, okay,
a corporation, trademarked Juneteenth.
okay.
So
And they
now
let them
he
get
was
and
paid off of this shit.
they let them get away with it.
Yeah.
I thought you couldn't. I thought it was in a common term that's colloquial. You couldn't trademark it.
I have to look it up because this was right
I-
before I came on.
If they allow it, then you could trademark anything. If they
We should
allow it, that's
let's
not
go.
supposed to be. It's not supposed to be allowed.
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's a lie. Hopefully it's just some
It,
internet
it,
bullshit.
it's like trademarking the term the Civil War. That's supposed to be allowed.
You know what? You got to look at who you're dealing with here.
Mm,
Yeah. I mean, they not gonna let your black ass have nothing to yourself. They ain't gonna give you no money unless somebody else has to get some money too.
mm-hmm.
And your ass is at the back of the line, and then you getting crumbs if there's anything left. This is why the whole ADOS. This is why you have foreign blacks pissed off with the talk of reparations because it excludes their monkey asses.
Yeah, well, yeah,
They
it's
want to
true.
call us cicadas and all of that shit. Be like, man, fuck you. You get none of this, even though
Well,
they'll never give it to us.
but the thing is, the thing is, black people could actually protest and say that that foreigners are not allowed civil rights, the same civil rights legislation. Not supposed to get affirmative action.
They're not supposed to get it.
Yeah, they're not. Just
Shit.
well, that's what actually the Asians are saying the same thing. So you're probably going to kill affirmative action anyway with the Supreme Court. So all that stuff is probably going to come away to the end. White women have gotten all their money out, so they don't care.
You know what? You know what? I have to be honest. I have to be honest. The one thing that black consciousness, I went through 4 stages of black consciousness.
Hmm.
Number one was, the discovery of the truth.
Hmm.
And you in your pissed off stage. You remember being in your 20s, 15, 20 years old, you find out the truth, find
Hmm.
out you've been lied to, white Jesus is bullshit, and then you walking around angry at white folks and, you ready to, especially when Do the Right Thing came out.
Hmm.
Oh my God. Radio Raheem, man,
Hmm.
what, white folks wasn't safe. And I was in Atlanta at the time when that movie came out.
Hmm.
Y'all, they was not safe. They was not safe. I think there was a whiteout, like there was like sirens going off on the
No,
sun.
same thing when Roots first came out. Same thing.
Yeah, stay your white ass out of black areas. Reginald Denny, no, no. Oh, there they got Reggie. For those that don't know who Reginald Denny was,
He's a truck driver. They got beat up. Yeah, right down the street from me.
yeah, exactly. That's the white guy that got beat up during the
The riots. Yeah, yeah,
King Rockets.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I go to that gas station all the time.
yeah, they got Rodney. I mean, got Reggie. They got Reggie because he was just trying to do his job.
Yeah, yeah. Jesse, you come in a minute. Okay, the original family formation is a clan. Okay, the original formation of the clan is matriarchal, right? Patriarchy didn't come in until we had until there was agriculture. That's when the patriarchal form came in. That's about maybe 15,000 years ago. So patriarchy is relatively new in human interaction, and nuclear family didn't is only about 300 years old, because the original pattern of even patriarchy is a clan, extended family. Okay, nuclear families didn't exist. You're a series of families. If you go, in fact, if you go back to, say, like the Middle East and in even Africa, right? They don't have they don't have like single family houses, right? You live in a compound, okay, a compound of families, okay. In fact,
Yeah.
most Africans, right, after the age of 7 or 8, basically the boys go, the men and women really don't stay together like that in the old school, right? The boys go with the men, and the girls go with the women. If you want to meet up and fuck, or you fuck your wife, whatever it is, you can do that. But the thing is, you know, the family formation is not a nuclear family like it is now. The nuclear family started in the late 17th century in Northern Europe, and then that model got adopted because the Industrial Revolution. It's actually more cohesive, more functional to have a nuclear family. But a nuclear family is not stable. So it's actually predicated by the state.
All right. Can I let me run through these other three right quick? So
Go ahead.
then I go. So, you got your hate language stage, and then you go on your discovery stage where you embrace your people, you start seeing the beauty in them and
Hmm.
whatnot and everything, and you start letting the women get away with things, and then in your third stage you try to fix stuff. You try to go into your repair stage, trying to find solutions and everything, and then you find out that, and this normally comes in the fourth stage, that you're wasting your goddamn time.
Hmm.
And then you start seeing things for how they really are and how they really operate. You, especially when you open yourself up to world politics and everything, and then you
Hmm.
realize that, wow, you're living in a death camp.
Hmm.
You're living in a death camp, and it's crazy. The inmates are running the asylum.
Well, they always called America the kleptocracy anyway.
Yeah, I mean, hell,
You,
wasn't it formed on that?
yes, it was.
Yeah, so yeah, the inmates are running the asylum. So
Hmm.
either you can try to survive through it, or you can get the hell out.
Yeah.
Dr. Claude Anderson discovered that after that Detroit conference, where he was trying to
Oh
help
yeah,
women around.
yeah. He was really disappointed in that. I mean, he's still hurt.
Yeah, he still hurt.
Still hurt.
You lucky
I
he
talked to him. I talked to him personally like a couple years ago, and he's still hurt. He's not.
yeah,
He's still hurt by that.
yeah,
He
he
said,
tried to save it.
I had to try to help these Negroes. Well, he said,
Yeah,
I had to try to help my black folk, and my black folks just hard headed. He always says that.
they want to do what they want to do. And
They want to
now,
do, yeah,
what happened after that?
yeah.
Roger and me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that was the Roger and me happened. I think was it before or after?
it was after.
Okay,
Because remember, this was before the auto industry pulled
okay,
up stakes. Because he was
okay.
trying to talk to them before, trying to get them to buy stock in the company
Yeah.
instead of jet skis. Yeah, so you know,
Funny that you
I was,
said
I
that,
was going.
BGS. But you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
The Airbnb I was staying at was really nice, but it was in a family compound, so
Yeah.
they had like three Airbnbs on one side, then they had the nephew in one of the like buildings, and then they had the aunts in the other
Mm-hmm.
building, like a little
Mm-hmm.
laundry room. So
Mm-hmm.
altogether, it was about maybe 8 bedrooms
Mm-hmm.
with each their own bath and each little kind of like unit, almost
Mm-hmm.
kind of like a little small apartment complex,
Yeah.
if you will. But they
Mm-hmm.
are moving away from that. Uh, Shout out to Quigley. So they
Yeah.
are in the
People don't believe this shit is real. Yeah.
like I was looking at a bunch of properties when I was out there, man. They had like brand new builds, two bedroom, two bath.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's this model I really like. It's a an open space, 2 bedroom, two bath
Yeah.
duplex that's going
Yeah.
for 48,000
Yeah.
outside of a crowd.
Yeah, they go on. They actually, they're because I actually suggested to them. that to them like in 2014. Okay.
Mhm.
Because they were kind of against it, and I said, okay, what you really want, what you're really looking for is uh, uh, black people that don't punch a clock, right? Which the majority of them will be what, retirees. Okay.
Mhm.
I said it's free money. Okay. Because they're not going to work, and what are they bringing that you need to Ghana? Dollars, free dollars. All you got to do is give them a place to live and give them a lifestyle. They'll
Oh,
come.
oh yeah, you always mention that. I remember you mentioned that for years. So
Mhm.
did they take your advice?
What do you see? What do you see them building?
Yeah,
So what
yeah,
do you think? Do you think those complexes for Africans? Most Africans only make what at best $5,000 a year. They can't afford that shit. Who do you think they're building it for?
yeah. That's true.
They're building
That's
for
true.
Americans to come over to actually retire. And they're building a whole. It almost looks like a retirement complex the way it's actually laid out, like like a yeah.
Yeah, man, they have a bunch of undone like complex complexes and certain structures. I mean, I don't really know what
Yeah,
the hell it is, but you just see it around
yeah.
driving. It be these big
What
ass
what
like
what what they need to do is they need the brothers that are over here to come sell it as what? A retirement option. Okay.
okay.
Because that's one thing they don't do. Well, we build it. It's here. You should come. No, you got to come up and sell that shit
Let me
because
see.
they have to believe that they can have a good lifestyle in their in their years, their retirement years to be there. The other thing they're gonna have to do is hell. You got all these nurses and shit like that, man. You have to have medical care for these people, even if you have to charge them a little bit more. Okay.
Hey, let me go ahead and put that in my notes.
Yeah, I'm serious. Well, you can put it in your notes with things. It's nothing we haven't
Nah,
they
I'm
haven't
talking.
talked about.
I'm talking about for me as a
Oh yeah,
possible business
yeah,
idea.
yeah, yeah. Okay. The thing
Because
is,
I didn't hear. You
go
probably
ahead.
mentioned it, but I don't remember that aspect of it is like
Okay,
Black Americans selling it. But
think of what. Okay, if okay, what's the average? What's the average? Uh, uh, what's the average? What is it? Social Security payout? How much a year? What is it? 15,000, 15, 16,000 a year? The average.
that's middle class in Ghana. Shit, upper middle class.
That's upper middle class, all right. I think okay, even if you get the minimum, right? If you get the minimum payout to Social Security, which is about $600 a month, right?
Hmm.
Okay, that's double what the average person makes in Ghana. Double.
Yeah, I mean,
And
uh,
these are piss poor people that can barely rub two sticks together, and eat. Okay, if you can give them a better lifestyle in Ghana with their $600 a month, who do you apply to? But with the vast majority of retirees, their average payout is like 18 to $20,000 a year. I mean, it's a no brainer.
yeah, and it's funny that you think about that because I have some. Well, my mom's passed away a few years back, but I'll probably say half of her siblings are like upper middle class, but the other half are like, working class people that's kind of struggling a little bit. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Whereas
Yeah.
like, okay, I have an uncle. He just went back to our hometown a couple weeks ago to try to make some extra money, kind of working under the
How,
table.
how, how old is he?
Uh, let's see. He's I don't know his exact age, but he's
Is he
somewhere
retired?
late. Yeah, he's definitely retired.
The thing is, he's trying to work to survive when he can just when he doesn't have to if he moves someplace else.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm
But those are the kind of people you're looking for.
yeah. So that's something I might have to really seriously look into. I mean, I don't want to overwhelm myself with business
Hmm.
opportunities, but like what I'm doing right now, I want to get that scaled up so that I could before I start doing too much. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is this is just stuff we were just talking about. The thing is, what you're saying about the family compound. People don't realize. People think the nuclear family is the because we're in the West, we think that is the de facto unit in the world, and it's not. In fact, it's the extended family is much more common.
Yeah, niggas don't read. Niggas do not
No,
read.
I know.
I mean, you already know, like I mean, just even without research, you could just talk to people from those countries, and they'll tell you, like in Brazil, most countries around the world, most people my age, I'm 31. Most people my age still live with their parents, And then whenever they want to have sex, they have stuff called love
Mm-hmm.
motels in Brazil. They just go to the motel room and do their thing. But most people in their 30s are pretty much like, especially early 30s, are pretty much living with their parents, grandparents, and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's a different model, but the thing is, the Ghana hasn't been industrialized yet, not to that point. So it's still agricultural based. So they
Yeah.
still have the old mode of living. So,
We have the same thing here. They call them like Motel 6, Days Inn.
I don't really like, in my generation. I don't really hear about us going to motels and stuff to hit chicks a lot of times. To be honest
no,
with you,
no. Well,
um,
when they start people started robbing people, people got leery of doing that.
like I remember I was dating this chick,
That's what
one of
could have
my
killed
one of
that.
my exes when we was dating, right?
Mm.
In my 20s, I was living with my parents at the time, just finished college, whatever. And I had suggested that. She got offended. It was hilarious because it was like, well, you still live with your parents, da 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 da. And she was still living with her parents. I was like, okay, let's get a motel or whatever, a hotel. And she got offended. I was like, damn, okay. But that's how it is. I mean, but she was like a 90 92 octane anyway, so but it was
Yeah,
what it was. But
yeah.
I didn't want to change the direction. Let's get back on this black patriarchy, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah. The thing is, and what I'm trying to get is guys to actually come up and actually defend black patriarchy, because I know you hear it all the time, man. All we need is black patriarchy. You need to get back to black patriarchy we used to have. Man, we ain't never had it. You know.
I
Yeah,
hate to say
yeah.
it.
Well, you're the only
I hate
one
to say
that
it, but the
brought
black
that to
patriarchy
the
is the deep
forefront, BGS.
black control society. That's the only way you're going to get one. You got to go to a black male controlled society.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
BGS, you got to realize most guys.
Hmm.
You the person. Like I said, I always give I give you a credit for a lot of stuff in the space, but in particular, that
Uh-huh.
I give you your roses for is the fact that you prove the fact with
Hmm.
various resources that
Hmm.
black women have always been this way. We've always been a gynocracy or a matriarchy.
Hmm.
Um, and you've shown, like, okay, here's this black woman from the 1920s that had
Hmm.
4 husbands, and
Hmm.
she kicked all their ass out,
Hmm.
and she was trying to get them to work on her farm and all
Hmm.
this type of
Yeah,
stuff. So
yeah, yeah. It's
you
look.
literally went through every decade,
That was my
60s, 50s,
hell, that
40s,
was my
30s.
that was my grandmother. What are you talking about?
You
Her
know,
first husband died, and guess what else? She had three by him, and she
but
had she had what, six more by the three other guys. So,
But my point is,
mm-hmm.
most black people they don't understand that they haven't went through the gynocracy playlist
Mm-hmm.
on your list to kind of understand that, because most guys are thinking like, okay, well, we were married 98%, and so they assume
Yeah,
because they had a man in the household that the man was in charge, but that wasn't necessarily the case.
and the reason and the reason, when I because because I always wondered about that, because I've heard I met my best friend, right? Okay,
Mm.
he was married one, two, three times. He's only divorced once. Married three times, divorced once. Okay. And the only reason he
Yeah.
got divorced the second time because his third wife made him get a divorce from his second wife.
Wow.
Because it said, damn, what is that? Because they weren't the first ones, man. I worked with a whole bunch of women, right?
Mm.
That had gone on, had kids by other men and all kind of shit. And I said, well, why is your name? Well, wait a minute. You had kids by this guy and this guy, right? Why is your name this? Well, I married him like 20 years ago. How come you didn't get a divorce? Well, I didn't feel a need. I needed to get a divorce. But
Right.
how was the last time you were with him? Oh, about 15 years ago. And black people don't care about doing paperwork like that. And when divorces were expensive and they couldn't afford it, I don't suit you, you don't suit me. Let's just split up.
Yeah, man, and it makes the data on it brings new light to the data of black marriages, because
Hmm.
we don't necessarily know the nuances like that. All we see is 98% marriage rate in 1920 or
Hmm.
whatever. We
Hmm.
don't see all that other stuff, right?
Hmm.
And another thing that's interesting is, once I started listening to your stuff, On that, I started noticing more and more in like Black biographies, and so like I mean I read the Richard Williams thing. It had some
Oh
stuff on it
shit.
in there.
Oh
I
shit.
I read the what's the black guy that dated Kamala Harris, first black mayor of San Francisco?
Oh, Willie Brown. Yeah.
Willie Brown. His mom, his dad left, and the kids was with the no, not his dad. His granddad left, and the kids and the grandkids was with the grandmother, and they had the sons listening and bringing the money back from the business to the grandmother. And then I also read some stuff with my one of my favorite artists, Maurice Brown from Earth, Wind and Fire. His biography had some stuff up in there. I was like, damn.
Man, you from Louisiana, man. You know that's common.
Well, you know, I always say this. I always tell you this. Like, my family was a little bit different, right? Because my granddad, his parents were mulattoes.
Okay.
So like they come from that, really, you know, a shame to say, but it is what it is, come from that white patriarchal kind of lineage.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, you know, in his household, even though my grandmother was black, like his first wife was mulatto, he divorced her, and he took his first two kids, and they stayed with my, you know, Ado's grandmother, who was very dark skinned. But, you know, I even hear from my uncles, like, you know, whenever my father would put his foot down, and they'll talk about how, you know, he was 80 something, 90 something years old, he was still the leader of the family, you know, even though these are grown ass men, you know, 50 some years old, 60 some years old, but he, you know, he still had that leadership position, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, but I do see it in other like my friends' family. Because when you're a kid, you really don't know. It's not till you get older you start to realize, like,
my family ain't like your family.
Yeah, my buddies over there, they had the grandmother, they had the mother, the grandmother, and the great grandmother. Where the damn men were.
And the funny thing is really weird, man. Is that you know, it took me a long time to figure out how come the black mothers, you know, whether they're married or not, give the last name to the offspring, right? And I finally figured it out. You want them mixing with their siblings, you know.
Yeah.
Got to identify whose lineage are you. So if you go out in the world and you find out with someone with your same last name, okay, whose folks are you? So they don't actually interbreed. That's why they do it, because they're gonna have multiple kids by multiple men. They have to keep all that shit straight. So they give the last name to the children, to the offspring of the father, to make sure when they're out in the world, okay, this is your father's name. So when you go out there, don't mix. You already know what your mother's maiden name is, so you already know that. But you also know your father's maiden name. So if you get your father's maiden name, you meet a woman that has your father's last name, then okay, you got it. Okay, what's your family lineage to make sure we're not related, not cousins or something like that.
I mean, that's smart, because that happens more than people realize.
It would happen. It would happen.
They do have a famous rapper from Louisiana. He found out he was with his cousin.
With his cousin,
and he was like, "Well, shit, we ain't grew up together. Fuck it."
Fuck it. Yeah, as long as you have no kids, you got to make sure there's no defects. Y'all can jump Y'all can jump in anytime y'all get ready, man. It's open.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. What rapper found out he was fucking his cousin and decided, well, okay, let's keep going.
So you can look it up. Bitter Truth. It's Kevin Gates.
Tell me. Just say it. Kevin Gates.
No, I'm saying you could look up the video when he was talking about it.
But the name of the rapper is Kevin Gates?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Kevin Gaines?
That's what that controversy was about.
Kevin Gates. G-A-T-S.
Kevin Gates. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that controversy was about. Okay, I remember now.
So he was having sex with his cousin for 2 years.
2 years.
If you look up Kevin Gates,
found out 3 months into the relationship.
You'll see it come up.
No.
He was like, "Well, shit, we ain't grown up together, so
fuck it. Pussy's good.
No, that's
good.
not
Don't have no kids. Suck up your just don't have no kids.
Hey, he a little thrown off anyway.
What's solo? What
brother? Can a brother enter from the outer rim? Please.
Permission to land granted.
Oh man, thanks, man. Chewy, I'll be back. But I definitely wanted to get in on this one
Go
because I
ahead.
think that you keep creating schisms in the so-called black manosphere or the black male space, BGS, and
Uh-huh.
I
What did I do
think
now?
that well, no, I just I'm
Go ahead.
Oh
I'm a
boy,
code breaker,
be
man.
all
So
kinds of
me,
inside jokes.
we deal with things. We're forced into reality on my side of things. I don't have any other choice but to. I
Okay.
can't deal with delusions all
Okay.
day. But yeah, I think it's very important to have this discussion because some of the things and some of the stories of old that are told
Mm-hmm.
we're just trying to tell you good things about how things were prior. But if you literally break it down, you'll see that there's 5 children in the household and everybody has a different last
Yes,
name. Why
name.
is
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And you just spoke to it,
Mm-hmm.
how even with your grandmother, even how nice she was and
Mm-hmm.
church going she
Yeah.
was, this and that
Sweetest,
other,
sweetest, sweetest pie.
but she was
Yeah.
for the streets at the end of the day.
Well, it's
And
just it was just practicality, right? And this was just expected. That's why Dr.
well,
Johnson says insert man here.
yeah, and the harshness of it is that none of these people come out of nowhere. Like
Yeah.
all this dysfunction that you see is just being exposed now
Oh,
because you can get paid for the exposure, you can get paid for the debauchery.
Yeah.
So what let me go ahead and just get it on out the way. What white people do very, very well is expose the negativity of our particular group and expose it to the point where we make it popular. So
Yeah.
thug culture became popular at that particular point. So then we elevated those that lived that sort of lifestyle in the 90s and then to the 2000s. It
Mm-hmm.
was just something that was already undergirded. It was already here with us. It's just that we, even when you talk about the sexual deviations, cousins
Mm-hmm.
sleeping with cousins, kissing cousins, I mean, they even
Oh,
called it.
kissing
I
cousin.
mean,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
um, your uncle playing with you, your auntie playing with you when,
Mm-hmm.
at night or whatever, people babysitting, people worried about their kids and things of that
Oh yeah.
nature. This is
Yep.
stuff that's been going on for
Yeah.
a long time. And, like, I'm a late Gen Xer, so people that's born at the end of the Gen X era, we kind of got caught into the mix of going into what is now the new from what was prior to us, like the good old days, or what was considered the good old days. But we started to see the hypocrisy in it because it's like, yo, y'all lying. This not y'all not good. I mean, if it's all good, then why did all the women from those households that were so called together, right,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
grandpops and grandmothers, household, why did those women defunk and not be in solid households, which began with my mother and then your generation, basically,
Mm-hmm.
BJS, and then
Mm-hmm.
everybody else. So that's what's so interesting about this discussion when it comes down to black patriarchy. And when I think about black patriarchy, the only thing I could think about is the closest thing is the black pastor. But then even that is broken down and
It's
kind of negated.
the
Because there was
the
no black businessman at that particular time that had any kind of stature. The one that held the most power in black communities, were the black pastor. When
even
it
in the
comes down to it,
even in the matriarchy, the chief is still what? Male.
yes,
So
absolutely,
so
absolutely.
he's the head of a matriarchy. That's all
As
it
the
is.
show, as he
Well,
and he
that's hence the
you're
point.
here
Yeah,
to
hence the
show
point.
strength and
Yeah.
power. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Here you handle the day-to-day responsibilities that we tell you to do.
Yeah. Because the women still run the
Delegation of
church.
duties.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wo-
that's all it
Women
is.
still the women still run the church.
So here's the question: what are these brothers talking about when they talk about black patriarchy if they never seen it in real time? What are you
They're
talking
talking.
about? You're talking about trying to elevate yourself to what whiteness is and do what they do?
Yeah.
Because if that's your definition of patriarchy, then that's not really patriarchy either.
Wait,
No,
stop,
it
Well, they're
isn't.
stop,
talking at a
stop,
micro
wait,
One
level.
at a time.
stop,
One
stop,
at a time.
stop,
One.
stop, stop,
Hey.
stop.
One
Hold
at a
on,
time.
stop.
One at a time. One at a time,
Before
y'all.
we start crapping on white patriarchy, I want you to understand exactly who they got it from. They
Who did
didn't
they get
create
it?
it
Who did they
above.
get it from exactly?
They got it from us.
How did they get it from us?
Everything that they got from other cultures. mainly
No,
us.
no, they had their own patriarchal culture. No, they had their own patriarchal culture.
No,
Yeah,
they
that's
they
born
Whoa,
out. Hold
whoa,
on,
whoa,
hold
whoa,
on,
whoa.
hold on. Can I get
Go
this,
ahead.
BGS?
Go ahead.
That's
Go
born
ahead.
out of the Middle Ages. You know that, right? The advent of
No, it's before that.
well, no, I'm talking about the European. We're talking
Okay.
about the European type of patriarchy is a rebellion. You know that, right? To family structure initially.
It is. Yeah.
So everybody, like to what BGS is saying, to the village, to the clan, to tribes, to little townships or wherever you come from, most of those particular areas, even in small areas, even in the European areas, were it egalitarian, or what would be described as egalitarian or matriarchal. They were led by men to men to defend it. That's true. But as far as the setup, as far as what you're talking about,
Yeah.
this didn't come until later when wartime became such an apparatus for killing around the globe. When that became an actual apparatus of basically conquering, like what the Vikings did, that's patriarchy, brother. That's out of
yeah.
European design.
Well, actually, patriarchy
Well, what about
changed.
the Zulus?
Zulus is still major. Hold on, who ran that tribe? Oh, okay. See, now you're speaking my language.
Okay,
My daughter's mother is Zulu. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Sanubana. So you're talking to somebody that dealt directly with somebody that's a descendant of Shaka Zulu. Okay. So when you talk about that, his mother was the most powerful person in that tribe.
Yeah, it's true. He did say that.
Okay.
How did she get there?
It doesn't matter how she got there.
Okay.
No, it does matter. How did she get there?
Listen.
What I'm saying is,
no, it's okay. It's okay.
It's just like when you wonder how
It's okay.
got the house.
Hold on, DC.
Go ahead,
I got it for a second, right?
All right.
Any society, any arrangement, any family formation is an agreement between the men and the women. Okay.
Okay.
They agreed to actually put in a certain structure. It's not one or the other. Okay. Men didn't put them up there. Women didn't put them up there. They agreed to do it together. Okay. Always. Women agree to patriarchy. Okay.
Okay. So you're talking about the hierarchical structure, right?
Even in hierarchical structures, basically,
Okay.
even
So my question is,
okay, go ahead.
how did she come into power? How did she get there? How did she get her position?
They always worshiped the woman in Africa.
They did.
I get that, but
Always.
how did she get? She just wasn't born queen of the Zulus.
No.
She had to have been
It's
married.
not even okay. It's not even look. The wise mother is more so the language that's used. Just like there's a chief, right? There's an old wise mother that holds either the same amount of power or even more power than the so-called chief. Okay.
And she normally has children, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
We're not talking about who's the strong. Hold on, listen. I think you're confusing this because here's the thing: our lens, our lens, the way we look at things is through a European gaze. So I want you to understand that, okay?
That's not what I'm doing.
Hold on.
I'm just asking you a
You
common
can't help it. You can't help it. So it's built.
Let him get it out.
It's built off physicality. So what you're talking about, of course, men have to protect that particular structure. It's always been that way. They're not the stronger vessel when it comes down to that. It can be taken at any time. That's why it was taken at any time. That's why I call it a rebellion to the familiar structure. Because at the particular time, who's the first teacher of children? Who?
It's the woman.
Why is that?
Because she's the one that spends the most time with him.
And that's the most natural thing. I'm saying that's the most natural thing, right? Correct.
Right.
Let's
Yeah,
get down to the
women are
logic part.
supposed to-
Let's get down to the logic part. So
Go.
what happens is when you teach, because here's the thing, just because and just like what BGS has said before, I think, and that's why I'm glad you're bringing this up, because I think what we tend to do, we tend to kind of like put our expectations on what masculinity should be, or what our skewed view of what masculinity is. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to black,
my question. It's a direct
I am answering your question. What you're talking about is who put her in place, right? Men protect her place. Nobody put the black woman in place. She's always been there.
Yeah.
She's always
been there. She's always been the leader of the roost.
Let me ask you this.
All right, man.
I'm not even going to argue.
Babe. Who puts the president? Who puts the president in place?
The people.
The people. Are the people all men?
Supposedly.
Are the people all men?
No, it's a collective.
It's just like any tribe, right? Any tribe or clan, everybody gets a
Right,
vote, right? So
right.
so
So
every a chief just doesn't come up and put his dick on the table and say I'm chief, right? The tribe
no,
has to come together and appoint you chief.
right. And if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm on the phone, I got people standing here stopping looking at me. If I'm not
What did I
mistaken,
miss?
because I know this is true in Islam, is that you're not really considered a man. You're still considered a boy until you get married and produce offspring.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then you're considered a man.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All right.
Now, when you talk about leadership,
Mm-hmm.
okay, prime example. All right.
Okay.
Let's take it back to Egypt. All right.
Okay. Okay. Tie
Who
it
is
all in. Tie it all in because you're
I am?
rambling. Okay.
How did the queen? How did the queen become the queen? Was she
She
not married in order to
she
become queen? Did
she's
she
a
not have a husband? Did she
she's
not have a queen?
appointed. She got to be part of the royal family. Okay. She's
Okay, she got a
appointed queen. Same thing
oh,
with with the queen of Russia. I'm trying to remember her name. Right. She was
Catherine the Great.
appointed. Catherine the Great. She was appointed. She's
right. She
female.
was
She's appointed. Yes.
appointed. She
By
didn't have a
whom?
husband
By whom?
by the people.
By the people.
Right.
Same
So what I'm
same th-
saying is
same
that
thing with Shaka Zulu's mother. She didn't just get there. You say, but who put her in place? The people put her in place because they have
so
to
she was
follow her.
appointed.
Because they have to follow her. Okay,
Okay, she was appointed.
she was
Now,
appointed. Yes.
okay, now when you look at all of these special cases,
Mm-hmm.
obviously you're dealing with women who were actually capable of logical thought. All right,
Okay.
of thinking logically and factually, or else
Okay.
been there. Those,
Okay.
excuse me, those are rare. Those are rare
No,
and
they're
special.
not. No, they're not rare.
No, what are you talking about? You know,
What- Then
if
we
you
might as
talk
well let
about
women look at everything.
Well,
Then.
hey, let
What,
me
what,
say this
Yeah.
because
no.
we digress.
Hold on. Go ahead, Snake Man, and then you can go, Meech.
okay, if you talk about European and especially medieval history, there were a lot of queens, duchess, and also lower ranks of nobility who were where the position of leadership was in the woman's hand, because there were no capable men around. It's nothing. It's nothing new. Actually it's not really about female and male.
Mhm.
It's about the family, the lineage.
Absolutely. That's the point we're missing. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay.
Okay.
Because the reason why Catherine the Great took over was not because he was special or that he was intelligent. No, because her husband was an idiot. And the Russian people would be ruled by someone who is, let us not say smart, but capable.
Okay.
Yeah,
Y'all go.
go ahead, Meech.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say. So we digressed a little bit, right? I want to go back to the original question, which was, what
Mm-hmm.
do they believe a black patriarchy is? These guys that are talking about a black patriarchy,
Yeah.
and here's what I
Define
believe it is.
defining me. Yeah.
They're talking about a micro level of black men leading their households, right?
Okay.
The thing
I
is
agree with
that
that.
you can have 1 million black men all leading their households. That
Mhm.
doesn't become a black patriarchy until it is, as a group, incentivized to be that way, and then decentivized for it to be the other way. It's not just individuals that just went out and did it. Because if they're not working together, then where's the patriarchy? That's not an agreement amongst the group. The group just happens to be that way. So they're talking about just black men being in charge of their households. And I think that's what, when somebody asks that, that's what they're seeing as a black patriarchy. But you're not
Right.
going to get a black patriarchy until you get a considerable size group that all are working together with this agreement to incentivize it remaining that way.
And guess who also has to agree to it?
The women that are
Yeah.
in it.
The women that are in it.
Otherwise, they don't have to be there.
Otherwise, you don't have it.
And
Yeah.
what if your
Yeah.
women are already subsidized by another male group
Then
that's
you
in
bring in
charge
other
of you?
women.
Yeah.
Can you ever become
No.
so-called the patriarchy in a system like that?
Well, here's, that wasn't my argument though.
I'm
just
not
telling you
making.
what they
I'm
were
not. I'm
thinking.
asking a question.
But what we're in that right now, we already see what that ends up in, right?
Okay.
So if we're not, put it this way, let me put it this way, right? So they're going to be incentivized by the group that we're under to break up anything that would look like a black patriarchy. So you wouldn't even have a black patriarchy in the first place for her to even be under. If they're already incentivized, that black patriarchy won't form.
How's a white man gonna give you a black patriarchy when they don't have one?
Exactly.
That's what I was
Exactly.
gonna,
What they did
I
have was
going
gone.
in next, but
So that's
So I
not
was
gonna
gonna,
happen.
I was
Hold on,
gonna
hold
say,
on, whoa. Let. Okay, I know it's a group discussion, but I think Meech wanted to finish his thought. Go ahead, Meech.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this thought because I'm gonna let y'all know I'm gonna round about this before I take off. I'm gonna get some stuff done. I get that, there's a lot of people that want to have faith. When I first started listening to BGS, I wanted to have faith too in this. We could build a black Wakanda and everything here. But you got to read the writing on the wall, the tea leaves, whatever it is you're going to read, right? You know what I mean? The magic mirror.
Yeah, well,
I go with probability, not possibility.
They are building a black Wakanda. It's just not here.
It's
building
just
it
not
right now.
here.
Yeah.
Now the question is, the thing is, BGS though, they want it here. And how are you're gonna? What are you do? You're gonna subvert or overthrow the most powerful machine, the country in the history of the world? No, it's not.
I'm American, man. No, you don't understand. I'm a black American.
Hey, I'm a black American. It's like, yeah, that's true. You are a black American. Doesn't change anything.
So in other words, we don't coin the term black male magic, man, because that's what they believe.
Don't do it, CBJ. I'm sorry. Let me apologize. Let me stop. You know what? Maybe Chewy need to heat it up. I made the need.
Go ahead.
They're gonna blame me for this one. BGS, I'm not even. You don't need to do that. You're taking it too far. Don't do that. They're not ready.
All right.
Hey, BGS, let me say this and roll out. We need to get us a magic rain dance so we can make this happen. Y'all take it easy.
All right.
So I agree with Meech, and I think that that's what most guys are talking about, like black men controlling the household. But as far as the group thing, I think the only thing that keeps the Nation of Islam from being a true black patriarchy is the fact that they are still under the white man system, and that the laws will not allow those men to keep the children.
If the women agreed with a black male patriarchy on the Nation of Islam, right? It don't care what the law says, right? If the agreement is that the children belong to the man, when she leaves, right? She'll give those children to that man. How come she doesn't?
Well, that's the thing.
Because the law
Hold on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want him to answer that.
I'll say you do have instances where the women do that, but of course women are emotional, so you have the ones that
I want to hear that shit. Women do what they believe in, okay? Women do what they believe in. If they believe in a black male patriarchy, they'll act upon it. How come they don't?
Can I give an example?
No. Hold on.
It's about
let him
control.
finish and then bitter truth.
It's about control, benefits.
So you don't control your household, do you? You control your household with whose permission?
The woman's permission.
With a woman's permission. It's a gynocracy. Okay, go ahead, bitter truth, weigh in, and then Snake Man. You there? Okay, go ahead, Snake Man. He's working.
Okay. Perhaps it is because I'm always traveling between two continents, but I don't really like that argument in the form of because of the white man state. Because here in Europe, that's actually the problem Europeans have with immigrants. And immigrants have their own double society, you can say. Mm-hmm. Because even with all those benefits, with all those things, the women do not, or the men on the women do not really bite on the laws. And that is the problem they have, because they say like here's the no-go zones. The no-go zones actually are not no-go zones. It's just that the people who live there believe in another set of values. You can still go in and out. This is no problem.
Yeah,
and then that is an argument I always do when perhaps we have the topic too, like, are black women loyal? And I think to myself, I always say, oh, the white society. And I think to myself, there are a lot of black people here in Europe who still live like say in Africa and don't give 3 fucks about the white state.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick I just thought of?
Go ahead.
So real quick, I just thought of another example that's similar, where the women kind of go left in that situation too, similar to the Nation of Islam, and that's the Mormons. The Mormon women you do have a lot of them that do stick to that code and let the men have the children and stuff if they somehow end up getting a divorce. But you do have those ones that go left and move away from Utah and start a whole new family, yada yada yada.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
just wanted to put that in there.
yeah. But the thing is, the thing is if they believe in it, they'll practice it, right? So if they believe in a black patriarchy, they'll allow it, right? Like when you know, like when your was your uncle, was
My
the patriarch actually
my my
took his
my
kids.
my grandfather.
Your grandfather took his kids, okay? Now, legally, she could have gone, wherever and actually got her kids. Okay, legally, he wasn't allowed to get them. But thing is, what did she do? She let him have them, right? She just abided by the rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know because my grandfather was born in I don't know the laws back then, but either way,
The laws back then, the 10 years doctrine was 1896, man. I'm like,
1896.
how? Yeah, I know your grandfather's not that old, not older than my grandfather. Okay.
Okay. Damn, I didn't know it was that late. I'm thinking more like the 30s or something like that.
No, 1896. I
1896.
have a whole thick book on child support, man. Whole thick book on child support, like 500 pages, written by the chick that helped Bill Clinton actually reform the welfare.
So my grandfather was born in 1917.
My grandmother was born in 1910. Okay.
Damn, how my grandfather is only 7 years younger than your grandma.
Uh,
Interesting.
oh, I don't know. He had when he had kids late or early
Early.
because my
Because
grandmother
he had 11. No,
yeah
yeah, 12. 12.
he had 12. Okay, so it depends on when he had his last kid.
So yeah, it's multiple generation of kids.
Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. There was one president. He has um had three generations, right? And basically, it was a guy still alive can actually trace his lineage back to a president that was got elected. I think it's 1920 or something like 1820.
Damn.
He's still alive. He's the grandchild of that man
Wow.
because he
BGS.
yes sir.
I had a quick question. I need your knowledge on. I know you're very knowledgeable.
Real quick, man, because especially if it's off topic. Go
No,
ahead.
it's not. It's kind of on topic about black patriarchy, but the best place to raise a black family, Texas or California?
Oh, black family, I would say Texas.
Hands down.
Yeah, Texas.
What
Yeah.
are the
I
mothers
would
from?
say if you're gonna raise a black family, I would say the best place either in Houston or I would actually say Killeen. Would you Killeen is actually probably a better place to actually raise a
Killeen.
Okay,
black family.
what
Killeen,
are, what are
which is
the
Army town.
what are the mothers from South America and the children are young?
If the mothers from South America, children are young.
Yeah,
What part of South America is she from?
well, it's not. It's Panama, so it kind of
Yeah, she's kind of Americanized if she's from Panama.
yeah. She traveled a little bit, so
No. What I'm saying is that Panama is still a U.S. protectorate still
okay,
today. So
okay.
she's been around a lot of military bases, the canal, all that kind of stuff. She's a little bit Americanized. Uh, ooh, okay. If
And
you want her,
economic opportunities.
if you wanted her to
Well,
be comfortable, I would say California because there's a lot more Central Americans in California. Um,
okay.
uh,
But so she
is
spent
she
like
is she
she's
black or is she
yeah,
mestizos?
she's black, but she also a little about her story. She also like moved like she spent a lot of time in Colombia as well. So
Okay,
she moved so she has
okay,
both of that.
okay.
So
Uh,
what would you
I,
say
I
to,
would say I would
to get
I
her
would say
comfortable?
I would say it's kind of rough to raise a black family in California because California is really not a black state anymore. I would say Texas is probably a better place if,
Texas.
between the two. Yeah,
Okay. I'm debating because I'm from Cali, so it's like it's kind of
yeah,
like it's like, man, do I want to go, what I'm saying, stay, go back, it's kind of
yeah. If you want to avoid some of the racism in Texas, I would say move to Killeen or San Antonio. Well, Houston is better because it's a big black population. But I say if you want to kind of avoid some of the racism, I say Killeen or San Antonio, which is a military town. So they kind of squash all that kind of racism.
okay, clean and all right, thank you, BJS. That's all I do.
Yeah,
Thank you. All right.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. That would be my
BJS.
suggestion. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Well, one thing I don't understand, maybe I'm too outside-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I always, when we have the topic like the black patriarchy, I always hear people who somehow want a black patriarchy and want and always take example from people that truly do not understand, but never move away from the source of the problem. They
Uh,
somehow want the thing that is opposite from the source they're living from.
because really what they really what black men are really frustrated at is because their lack of power in their families and the lack of power over their women. Okay, they most men, 90% of guys know that they live in a gynocracy because they have to live with this shit. And really, what they want to do is really what they really want is equal power in the family, which they don't have, and they know they
Okay,
don't have. So they think,
because when
go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, go
No,
ahead.
because when I always give example what a patriarchy really is, do you know what I get as a response?
What's that?
But what about pussy?
Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's all they care about. That's all they care about.
Well, in my opinion, man, I think that one of the bases of a patriarchy is that the men have to work together first before you talk about controlling the family with the women and stuff like that.
It's
And I,
it's a legal and social framework that you work behind. It doesn't matter. A matriarchy works just fine if you do it right. Okay, matriarchy works just fine. You go to the icons, right? They have a very stable society that's been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, man. It's
Careful,
stable.
BGS. Careful,
Okay, all right.
careful. Because here's the thing. I think that if people truly don't understand what that is, they're going to look at it as being feminism or feminist. When they hear matriarchal, they hear feminism, and that's
Yes.
not
oh
necessarily
yeah,
the same
Yeah,
thing.
that's
So
not the
when
okay.
same
people
thing.
hear you say that, they think of baby mamas running things.
No,
They
no,
think
no.
what I'm saying, but when you say it, BGS, about matriarchal actually working, they're gonna excuse that and say that you went up to the simp train, you went into the simp planet, and
No,
who's
he
this
right,
man coming back at
BGS.
BGS?
He right.
So
Because
so
I
what I'm
got kicked
trying,
out of a stream a
yeah.
few weeks back.
So you're triggering brothers because
I
you
want to
spoke,
trigger them.
but you spoke to the main thing. We
Mhm.
haven't got real honest about the power dynamic, right, and
Yeah.
how it works. So when we talk about it, we have to kind of go from a logical and kind of methodical kind of framework. And what I have come to the conclusion of is that yeah, it's not going to work. It's not at this particular point
No, no.
because of there's too many different ideals on how to solve the problem. And
Mhm.
even when I'm thinking back to when I was coming up as a youngster, listening to Amos Wilson,
Mhm.
Dr. Akamai, Dr. Jawanza Kung Fu,
Mhm.
even Dr. Phil Valentine. I
Mhm.
mean, the
See,
list
oh,
goes on and
you don't
on
even
and
want to hear what
on.
Phil Valentine says
Well, yeah,
about America.
absolutely. And he gets frustrated. And
He
and,
does.
and here's the thing, even with Dr. Claude Anderson, what you're
Mhm.
hearing now is frustration, because
Frustration. Yeah.
when you see it for so long and you try to correct the problem, and then it's just like
Mhm.
the equation is never fitting, and you're going up against you're going up against a system that has constructed itself to morph and mobilize itself. So
Mhm.
it adapts. So it changes the language, it
Yeah.
changes things, and now you're going up against your own people. Now you're
Mhm.
going into now you're turning into the thing that you don't like the most. I mean, prior to him working into the uh prior to Dr. Claude Anderson working with the Jimmy Carter administration,
Okay.
right? Like talking about 77, pre-77, 76. He'll
Uh-huh.
tell you he was very hopeful for black people and black
Yeah.
folk. I mean,
Yeah.
it's because you're looking at the advent to when Tony Brown's journal was at this apex. You're
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
academics, and we was pushing it.
Yeah.
But now, we have such a
because affirmative action was still work. After the
yeah,
Kerner
yeah,
Commission
yeah.
for that 12 years between 1968,
Yeah, this will
maybe.
be your generation,
Yeah, well,
basically,
I came up
BGS.
in it.
Yeah, yeah.
I started killing affirmative action when my first year of college.
But
She's
here's
doing
the
it.
thing, though, the women at that
Mhm.
particular time, which is my mothers, our
Yeah.
mothers, you know, the early millennials and the late Gen Xers, when
Mhm.
our mothers basically became the forefront of the family and it became popularized, and then you had the advent of the media with Oprah and all that, it was
Right.
already undergirded. But when it
Mhm.
got power and it became a advent of them to kind of like, you know, siphon off from us,
Right.
that's where all this backlash is coming
Oh yeah.
from. So
Oh yeah.
now there's anger from the black men, which is justified. It's righteous anger. It's justified. It's something that is way long overdue, but we don't understand why it's happening so often. And now we're at the point of basically the resolve point where we're looking at a situation where there may not be a solution to the problem that we're trying to get to at this particular point, and that's where we at with it, because people don't want to hear that there's no way to a black patriarchy. They don't want to hear that. They want to say, they want to think that it's about buying more guns, becoming more conservative, doing things to correct themselves, getting educated, becoming a super father, you know, become a super father to all the boys in the neighborhood and things of that nature. Doing things to kind of like put yourself in an early grave. And what you end up doing is that you end up basically frustrating yourself, and you become anti-black at the end of it, because what you end up seeing is that there's a default brokenness to what black people have become, because it's been culturalized, it's calcified at this point. So we're going to keep reproducing dysfunctional people for the most part. Not all the
Yeah.
time, but for the most part, because our culture has been cultivated in it now, and it's incentivized by economics. You know, the rap industry, the hood culture, the 404 culture,
Mhm.
all of this stuff. So that's what is undergirding. So I don't want you to go down that rabbit hole, BGS, because what you're saying is true and exact. You know, but I
Mhm.
think that at this particular point, you're talking to an audience that may not be ready for that. Exactly. Okay.
Well, that said a lot of things they weren't ready for.
You know what? I
All
have to
right.
say,
All right.
every
Yeah, I mean, the whole 8 years,
They're gonna
man.
misunderstand you, is what I'm
Oh
saying,
yeah,
and it's gonna become a fight. That's what I mean.
they
You know.
misunderstood me when I said that this economy was going to actually change the women 5 years ago. They misunderstood me then. They don't anymore.
I think that whole speech that he gave, I felt all of that. I felt all of that because I swear to God, one of the main reasons I want to leave is because I don't see us getting any better as a people. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
really disgusted with our behavior. I am completely and truly, utterly disgusted with our behavior because we've
Mm-hmm.
accepted ghetto culture as the norm. All those
Yeah,
white people.
So bitter truth.
you're Borgen.
I guess you gotta stack your chips and come on over to the motherland, brother. The
Yeah,
water
he
sun.
got his.
But
He already planned his spot. He already planned his
Okay.
spot.
What you
He,
you care to
he's
share what country you
he's going over there with Dennis Sperling.
Oh, he going over there to
Yeah,
DR?
he wants to be known as Poppy.
Papi,
Okay, I ain't mad
But
at you, bro.
guys,
right,
I don't get it.
But
Why
Dennis
would
Dennis
you?
Sperling triggers a lot of them too, boy. 'Cause he be over
Yeah,
there with and they be like, "Hey,
I,
he's a
I
black Mexican. He ain't even black. He's a black Mexican." I'm like, "What? When did
he
he become
black.
a black Mexican?"
He
No,
black.
but you know how our
Yeah,
people are, man. We get mad, we get angry, we hear disagreement, we try to find this fault. It's almost like if there's a light skin or a pretty girl saying, "Oh, you know, she's light skinned, so she's not really
yeah,
black for real," or it's just a deviation of just trying to discard whatever message you're hearing that's going against whatever your program is at the
yeah.
particular time. And it goes both ways: dark skin, light skin, biracial, fully black. I mean, I done heard all kinds of stupid stuff. I mean, like blackness is a genetic code. No, it's a forced classification. I mean, I
It
don't
is forced
understand
classification.
what people are missing about this. Like, look,
They
you didn't make a
they
decision to be black.
no, because they because the captives, the slaves have actually embraced their identity.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
and and
and
and the more you fight against it, and then it's just like,
yeah,
man, I'm just hollering into the ether now,
you
because
are
it's
you
it's
yeah
that's why I stay to the rim, BJs. If you notice,
yeah.
like I'm not trying to speak to a lot of different people, because here's the thing: to me, at the end of the day,
Mm,
um, I know that we're going to still be here, but it's going to be a different understanding of what was here. But I
oh, there
want
I am.
them
Okay.
to I want them to understand that some of us, there's very few of us, did understand what was coming and did understand the future. And then when they go into the annals and they look into what happened, they could see, okay, there was a couple of them that did understand, but it was just like, man, how did we get so stuck on what the oppressor's definition of us was for so long? So
yeah. Oh, we give you if it's after a certain amount of time, right? If that's what you've been taught over and over and over again, especially the women, right? The women will start passing it down.
right.
And women have passed it down. So now it's just normal to us, right? Even the way we mate, how because I always say this. You probably heard me say this a million times, right? I said this to many women,
Yeah.
right? And so what's the difference between a white mother and a black mother? He said, okay, it's a little black girl, it was with her mother. Little white girl's with her mother, right? A little white boy come across and smile at the little white girl. What would the mother bend over and say?
Smile
Isn't he
back.
smile back? Isn't he a perfect young gentleman? That's what she'll
Mhm.
say. I've heard that
Yeah.
many times. He isn't he an adorable young gentleman, right? Or a perfect young gentleman, right? What will a black mother say?
That little nappy-headed ass boy need to
Right.
stay about
Exactly,
that.
exactly. And
Don't
and,
you
and you
smile
know
at
what?
that little nappy boy. You better get your fast ass over here.
I
Yeah,
had
absolutely.
a group of like 10 black women around me in the break area, right? Arguing about this point. And I said that, when I said that,
Stop.
before I could get it out of my mouth, they always just walk away
Hey,
because they've
Oh
heard
yeah,
it.
by the way, everybody, good afternoon, and
what?
woo!
Woo,
Read
woo.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm so happy that I got my licensing for both armed and unarmed security to run this business and private
All right,
detective. So
all
that
right,
means
all
I
right.
can also do
Congratulations.
the
Salute.
Don't
So I'm
don't
happy.
don't let them send you to no place where there's a swamp, man. All right,
What'd you say?
don't let them send you no place where there's a swamp. Okay,
No, I get to choose the places.
all right, okay, all
The
right.
places are my decision. Our motto is, if the check bounce, so will you.
I heard that. I heard that. You want to
Broke
finish
shit.
it? Somebody wanted to finish their thought? Or did you finish, DC?
Yeah, I'm finished. I'd like to hear Charles' definition of black patriarchy. What do you think, if it can actually exist? I'd like to hear his
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
black patriarchy to me, on a simplistic level, is something that is individual, not group, because the group actually fights against it. Like my father, you could tell is the patriarch, and slowly but surely, it's like Thor, and the power ring are being transitioned to me. And I have a sister that's older by 10 years, and I'm taking care of her and some of her shit. So, and I have a younger brother, I have nieces and a niece and nephew and a great nephew. So most of the time it's like, hey, it's on an individual level, yes. But when it comes to as a group, no, we fight against it too much. Because one, I'm of course that I like my guns, I like my everything else and all that shit. But at the same time, you can't claim something that always keeps kicking you out. Like a lot of the white people claim that, I'm gonna be considered, black people.
Your BGE service is fading on us a little bit, man. Your BGE, your BGE is fading, bro.
I will call him Officer Headset, but basically he's not an officer anymore. So.
They always recycling products out in Baltimore, man. They always recycling chips and shit.
Actually, because of what I did, I'm still an officer.
Okay. All right.
Still an officer, matter of fact. Hell, because I damn near got my own damn private military if I wanted, legally.
I'll be right
So
back.
I'm just gonna say this: you're not gonna get patriarchy the way white people get it. So bump that. Oh, shit, I gotta put this knife away. God damn it. Going to the federal bill and getting my goddamn benefits from the VA. But people want something that they have no knowledge about, and I think that's the biggest flaw of blacks in America. If you really want to be conservative, then conservative means you listen to your leaders damn near almost at an absolute point.
Yep.
You still talking, Charles, or did
No,
I mean, give somebody else a chance.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hi, everybody. Hey.
Is it wrong to me to say
Yeah,
when
by
I sometimes
Dr. Charles Senior, by the way, he said, "What's up?"
Hey, what's
What
up,
up? What up?
Charles
What up?
Senior?
What up? Peace.
Yes. Yeah.
what
Go,
up,
go, ahead,
little
go ahead,
Charles?
Snake Man.
Okay, I just wanted to say I have the feeling sometimes, and there's nothing against the brothers here. I don't talk about the one with the channel. I talk about the people who watch in the comment section in the clouds. But sometimes here's the argument. It's more like it's not really you have a problem with the system. It's more that you hate the place you are in the system.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is. I mean, I've said that a long time. You hate your place in the system. Black folks don't think they're American because they hate their place in the system that they're in. And
But this black folk when they opens their mouth, do you know what I hear? America,
oh yeah.
fuck yeah.
Well, you know what? You know what? As soon as they land someplace where they're uncomfortable, they want to jump their ass right back. And all of a sudden it's home. Then.
Oh man, America, Team America, boy.
Team America. Yeah.
That was a funny, but really poignant whatever it was, Muppet cartoon or whatever you want to call it. But
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, I think that individual and your family structure is a start. I mean, without getting too big into the weeds, I mean, you could do that. I mean, that's stuff that we should actually be doing. That's something that is actually allowed and should be done on a regular basis before
Hmm.
even try to formulate or trying to come together or whatever. But you got to get your own house in order for sure.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
It's
I
just
mean,
the culture outside of it. I think the frustration part is when we do get together and we have these ideas. What I keep seeing is that there's a keep being separation. So you'll have some people that will get together and they'll agree what the problem is, and then they'll go to different ways because they don't see it the same way. And we can't
hmm
work together. We haven't been able to, black men in particular, haven't been able to work together on things that we may disagree with, like other groups have. There may be a deviation in my agreement as far as like what me and Charles may actually view, but I would never be against supporting that brother and what he got going on. That's not what you're hearing here. So I want it to be very, very important that's always paramount with me, because it's all about moving forward for me at the end of the day. And then the more the merrier, because at the end of the day, we are looked at as a collective group. We don't act as a collective group, but we're viewed as one. So me understanding that, I will always wish the best for someone that may do it differently than me, even though that's the most effective way that they feel that they have to do it, or they think that they have to do it. So that's always paramount in my mindset when it comes down to this.
yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, one thing is that you can't change the structure, but you can't change the environment. Culture is formed by the environment first, and then it works its way down. Okay. Patriarchy came because there was a need for it, right? If there's
Right.
no need for it, guess what happens? It's gonna slowly go away. Then the Industrial Revolution came in. Patriarchy is slowly but surely leaving.
Right.
Look at South Korea. They
Right.
industrialized. They're having a hell of a time trying to keep up. I mean, hardcore, you know, authoritarian patriarchy. Okay, and they're having a hell of a time with it
Ironclad, and the women are rebelling. Yeah.
and rebelling like a motherfucker. Okay,
Yeah.
So they are not even a democracy in South Korea. When you keep it 100, they're more like an oligarchy.
it is. Well, democracy in name. Okay, but the thing is, it's hardcore authoritarian. Even Germany is semi-authoritarian. Okay.
Hmm.
Trust me, is authoritarian. That's why even I didn't want to. I somehow understand Nazi culture from the start to the end.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, I was because I asked this question, man. It's got to be, guys. It's got to be over 20 years ago, man. Craig Hewlett, right? Because he's read all this stuff. He's an expert in it, right? And I was listening to when I used to be a C-SPAN junkie, and they had the German I forget what the German Congress is, or I forget what they call it, right? But the
Bundestag.
guy, huh? The what?
Bundestag.
Bundestag, right? And the guy stood up and said, "How do we fix Germany?" He said, "We need to get back to Prussian values," right? So I asked him. I said, I said, Craig. I said, The guy stood up and he talked about precious value. I said, "What's that?" He said, "Ordered society." So after I read Bismarck, I understood what it is. Nazis are just a continuation of the authoritarian precious
Yeah.
values that Hitler was actually the a bastardized version of Bismarck.
Yeah,
Yep.
old traditionalist values when it came down to the
Yeah,
old way of doing things.
very military centric,
Yeah.
ordered society, right?
Yeah.
That's like the Germans actually took to the Nazi Party with no qualms,
Mhm.
because that's what it used to. It took the ravages of World War II to kind of break them out of. But they're
That's
still
exactly it, to break
it's
down
still
the economy down to
yeah.
that level. Yeah,
To the
absolutely.
point where they actually broke that history of
That's right.
that culture. Yeah.
Germany
Yes, that's,
Germany got
that's-
hit very, very hard after World War One. That's correct.
Ooh, yeah. The Russians and
Extremely
the
hard.
Americans
Yeah.
it took no mercy on the German people after that.
And what you do, you radicalize those men that felt very, very weak at that. It's the same playbook. We see it every time. It's a rebellion. So you go against the actual strategy, and the extreme order is today.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
builds
Germany has a
into it.
very industrial spirit. What strikes me
Hold
about
on,
them is
hold on. Can
No,
you
he
wait
can
till
go
he's
ahead and go, man. He seems
okay?
to be very anxious to get his point across. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what I don't like is he just butts in.
What
Okay,
are you trying to say? Who's this speaking?
it's Zab. Okay, what I'm
I
saying, me
don't
and
think I
Zab
ever
know
talked to him before.
about this. What I'm saying is I don't like people to just jump in and be rude.
I apologize. I'll let him continue. When
No,
you're
no, no,
ready,
no.
you can call on me.
It's okay. He ceded the floor to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I've been talking enough.
Accept.
So
Okay, well,
how much do you know about German culture? Whatever you know.
Don't jump
I
in
would
deep water,
say
brother.
I know more than the average person, probably less than you.
You got a guy that lives in Germany right now, Snake Man.
Yeah, let him speak. Come on.
Let him speak. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I know
Entertain
about
me.
Snoop, man. What I wanted to say was I've been checking out your videos in regards to um like the matriarchy in Black society. The last
Mhm.
video you put up, it was very interesting. I agree with it in the sense that Black women are not really our women. They were brought here as the concubine class, and the
Mhm.
women were pretty much designed to keep the men in order, and we are the result of that.
Mhm.
Technically, we are a whole new people.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're a brand new breed, and we have Snake Man up here. He's African,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, we're kind of different. We're derived from his people, but we are our own unique. So we have our own
Your own
unique
unique culture.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have our own unique culture, and I've been dibbling and dabbling in the Black, the conscious community, and they have this overarching need to reconnect with the Africans. But
Mhm.
the problem that I've been running into is I just don't feel the connection. I think that our future is here, and we need to solidify our culture, what we stand for.
Have you ever been
And
to the continent?
no, but my father, he's an expatriate. He lives in Ghana right now.
Have you ever been to the continent?
No,
So how can you feel a connection if you've never been there?
Yeah, I just wanted to
exactly.
say, very short. If you want African connections, that's what I always say. Your lineage doesn't matter when it comes to the African culture. You must be there. Your feet must touch
But I feel as
African
much
ground.
connection to you as a white man. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't. You're
Come
Yeah.
on, brother.
you're as distinct to
Go
What you
ahead.
me as
just
a
Well,
say?
white man.
Come on, man.
exactly.
What you just say?
He is
Come on,
accurate
man.
though.
We
He is
share the
accurate
same
though.
skin color, but the thought process, the culture is just different. Like to me,
Okay.
you're a whole nother
Yeah,
tribe.
you're processing the information differently about the treatment that you're receiving. So you're saying my treatment over here, and we've been culturalized a certain way, is different than the treatment that you received over there, even though
No,
we're considered to be hold on, man. Even though we're considered to be we're considered to be the same type of person. Like me and Snake Man don't share the same culture, right? But I do have an idea of what the ties that binds us, which is the overarching theme of them basically classifying us in the same group as being Black men. at the end of the day, Snake Man is a black man. Am I correct about that, Snake Man? Unless I'm missing something.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
So
been
he
called a
falls
black
under
man.
Even the
occupation.
idea of well, he did cut me off. I wasn't finished.
No, I didn't cut you off, brother. You got to show some discipline, man, when you're on the panel, man. I understand that you may be in different circles where y'all do the back and forth and the emotional back and forth and talking all this loud stuff, man. But try to
No,
show
I was saying I was making a point and you kind of jumped in. Didn't allow me to land.
I allowed you to go.
Zab, do
I
I
allowed you to go earlier, brother.
No, it doesn't matter what he says. Whose panel is this, Zab?
Yeah, this is yours.
Listen to me. I said, let Snake Man go. Okay, if you want to be on this panel, okay. If you don't want to be on this panel, that's fine.
No, I do. I wanted to get to a point, but I wasn't able to.
I don't care what you want. I don't care what you want. You're going to get to your point as soon as I get back to you.
Go ahead and let him go. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. The Snake Man was saying something.
Yeah, go ahead, Snake Man. Go ahead, Snake Man. I'm good.
I just wanted to say, here in Germany, I was called every name. Here in Europe, I was called every name in every possible language. I was called black. Like it's a name. Black is nothing new. They called us black into ancient times. So yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. It's not that big a deal. Now go ahead, Zab. What you want to say?
And that was kind of the point that I was going to get at. So the connection that Africans like Snake Man have to us is there is a global oppression on melanated people. So that's the connection there. Like we're all sharing the same struggle. The same thing with the white man in the trailer park. Like we all feel the same oppression. But at the end of the day, we are our own unique people. And we gotta we're here in America, and we either gonna get in line with the system of America and just fall in line, or we're gonna create our own unique system. Me personally, I think we should just fall in line with the American system, how it's laid out. You know, the blueprint is there. You know, we have a certain blueprint that they set out. Go to school, get a job, get married. I think
you're already doing it anyway, whether you think so or not. You're already doing it anyway. But what's your real point? We're trying to find that point.
No, the real point is we are Black Americans, whether you want to call us FBA or anything, we're not African.
Negro.
Yeah, we're not African, and we should disconnect from them.
Why?
Okay, here's it.
No, hold on. Why?
Because, like you said, we are uniquely created. We have a future here in America, and this is where we're going to have the most success.
Why should you disconnect from the continent?
We should disconnect because they're not us. They're a distinct tribe. And what's the point of trying to be something that we're not?
You see the United States trying to disconnect from China?
I see it. We have an adversarial relationship with China, which is to our benefit.
Do you see the United States trying to disconnect from China? I'm going someplace with this.
Well, we've never been connected to China, so
we are connected to China. No, stop.
Yeah, don't laugh at him.
Stop.
Don't do that.
What do you mean we never been connected to China? Where does 80% of your goods come from?
Yeah, we have a merchant relationship with them.
We do business with China. They also own $5 trillion of your bonds. Are you not connected to China?
I mean, in that aspect, yes.
So how come you can't be connected to Africa in the same way? Same way the white man's connected to Africa. The white man's connected to Africa. How come you're not?
Yeah, I wish
you're talking about exploiting Africa for its resources like the white man, then sure, we could do that. But as far as a brotherly connection, no.
The thing is, they go over there live. You know, got white people in Africa, got Chinese in Africa, right? They go over there. How come you don't? How come you can't? They're not.
Again, if you're talking about going in and extracting the resources and bringing it over here, sure, we could do that.
You don't have to extract resources. You can do business, can't you?
Right.
But if you don't have
Africa, we do know that there's a lot of challenges.
Hold on, Jose. If you don't have a connection to them, how can you do business?
Here's the thing, though. I think the Africans are trying to drag us into their struggle right now. You know, they're going through.
No, they're not.
Can I go after you, BGS?
Go ahead, man.
Zab, just allow me to speak real quick, and I think that you speak to a very large audience that's this kind of different type of pseudo type of pro-black that's very limited in knowledge, that get their most of their talking points off YouTube, and I'm not trying to be funny here, off YouTube and other people that's in popular conscious circles that talk this type of, we're not black, we're not them, we different. Here's what I want you to understand, brother. In the annals of history, the United States is a very, very young country, extremely young. It's a baby, actually. When they created this country was created by different groups of people at the advent. There was a lot of wars, a lot of different conflicts fought here. A lot of people described themselves differently when they did get here, whether you was from French, Native American,
German.
the original Africans, German, Polish, whatever the Jewish people that came over from, Romanians and all those particular areas. What you got to understand, though, brother, and I imagine that you're younger than me. I really want you to understand this. Do not let people play to your emotional heartstrings. The system is global at this point. Okay. The system that I'm talking about that has a global lens as far as a global view about how to classify people is something that we did not make a choice about. And what ends up happening is that I spoke to this a little bit earlier before you actually got on, that the reason why I don't see the moving forward as far as black men is because of what you basically reiterated. There's no way we can go forward with these diverging ideas that we have. I got to go in a minute, BGS, but let me just say this before I roll out. I want all black men to really pay attention to this young brother, man, and really pay attention to the diverging ideas. Me and you are the same, technically, right? Share the same culture if you're from here, from America, okay? Me and you disagree vehemently. And the thing is that 1,000, we can't even get along to go forward. I used to listen to people like Tariq back when he had Mac lessons, even from the beginning, Black Authority and all these other guys that kind of live in this dogma of trying to have a place in America and then try to say that we're going to be this Black American group over here where there's no power to basically subsequent that. And, I don't know if you know who I am or whatever the case may be, but I stay in HQ. I stay in DC. Okay. And Charles can basically reiterate the point. Power doesn't move here with your words or your voice or your iterations about who you think you are. Either you're going to move off the block or you're not going to move off the block. Resistance is futile at the end of the day. And so what I tell people is, hey man, look, you can have your belief systems, you can call yourself who you want. You're still put into a classification group that they're going to treat you a certain way. Okay. And they're going to move us accordingly until things change. And to that particular point, till we reach that tipping point of having an understanding about that, we're not going to be able to move forward because we live in these delusions and different idealisms as far as trying to solve this problem the same way. So, hey, with that, man, I'm going BGS. I gotta go. I gotta drop my daughter off, man, and have her deal with the other side of my family.
All right. Kiss.
Can I respond to that real quick?
You can respond. I'm about to roll out.
Hold on.
So,
Zab, when I'm talking, I need you to shut up, okay?
Yeah. Snake Man, peace out to you.
James, DC, kiss a little code breaker for me.
I will. Say goodbye. Say goodbye.
All right. Go ahead and respond real quick, Zab.
And I'll see you guys later, man. You want me to stay on, Zab, or is it okay if I get off?
Like a minute.
It doesn't matter. I'd rather you stay on, but if you gotta go, you gotta go.
All right, well, shoot, I'll holler at you guys later, man. Hopefully, man, it was constructive, and I'm gone.
Back to the outer room with you.
Well, all right, go ahead, Zab.
Have a nice day.
BGS, can I respond?
Hold on. Go ahead, Zab.
These are the facts. We are a hybrid race. We do have a lot of African connections. Whenever we emerge to, make any progress, there's always this need to reconnect with Africa or to go back to Africa. And I think it's regressive. It stunts us, and we always get derailed when we do that.
Why is it regressive?
Mm-hmm.
because those societies that we're trying to reconnect with have failed. They weren't successful
until
until
and ours are.
we can
No.
be like, at least give us the opportunity to create our own society, our own culture. We don't need to reconnect back with Africa.
So you had
What's
200
the point
years.
of going backwards?
Whoa! But did I have to drop everybody or what?
Say that again.
No. So in other words, in 200 years, have we created our own culture?
We are attempting to. We are. I know you. I know y'all like to look down on hip hop culture or just a lot of the.
Well, yeah, dude, you weren't even born when hip hop culture was actually came about.
Speak for your own opinion.
You weren't even born. Okay.
Speak for your own
76.
opinion.
Okay, I was alive. I was a teenager when hip hop started. Okay.
Well, we have our own.
Don't tell me what I look down on. Okay. Basically, I came up with the mixtapes of NWA and Ice-T and all them folks, right?
Melly Mel.
Well, I'm talking about a lot of conversations I had. A lot of men, they look down on hip hop culture as if it's not a multi-billion-dollar.
We look down on the negative aspects of hip hop culture. Okay.
Can I get a word in after him?
Go ahead.
All right. How old are you, man?
I wanted to make his point.
Is that Charles?
No, that's Charles. I want you to make your point. Okay, make your point because shit that you're talking doesn't make sense. Okay. Back to what the culture failed. Okay. So basically, your culture is not a failure.
No, our culture is ongoing. We're still developing it. We're ironing out the details. Like Charles Faulkner, he has his Faulkner initiative. I think that's a good start.
How long you have an American culture? Okay.
Yes.
You have an American culture. Okay. Chinese culture failed for 100 years. What is it now?
Yeah, they're thriving. I guess my whole thing is, why do we feel this need to connect with being Black and African culture when we're a hybrid race? We are something new, and that's where our future is.
Hold on. Can I have this conversation? Don't have to drop people. Why do you think? What do white people give up Europe?
I think they have. What Americans have, they have their own. Like when you look at down south, they have their.
No. What are Americans doing right as we speak? What are they doing? Where are they at? What are they doing?
They always talk about American patriotism.
No. What are they doing right now? What are we going through? What are they saying?
NATO.
What are they sending $40 billion to?
You talk about the money to Ukraine?
Yeah, where's Ukraine?
Yeah, but that's a loan. Ukraine, they're gonna have to pay us back.
It doesn't matter. White people have never given up their connection to Europe.
Yeah, but they send money to Africa too all the time. How much billions they send to Africa?
They have never. What do you? The Americans just part of the G7, right? Where's the other 5?
It's in the developed world, the Western world.
No, the other G7 is part of is in
Europe, and even right now, Europe isn't entirely.
Okay, I probably asked the wrong question because I'm asking you stuff that you don't even know about. That's wrong. I'm sorry.
No, you're saying it's from Europe, but what I'm saying is Black people live over there too.
No, zap. You know what? Okay, I done read too many books. I'm too educated. I've done this stuff for too long. Stop digging. Okay, I'm the wrong person to dig with. Okay, because you're gonna keep tripping yourself up. I'm gonna get pissed. Start making you actually tell what you know. Okay, do you want that? You want me to drop everybody so it's just me and you, and I can test your knowledge? You want that?
Nah, I want to have I'm here to learn, man.
No, you're here to learn. When it stop talking because you're gonna make me mad because you don't know what you're talking about, right? That pisses me off. Right? If it's okay if you don't know anything, but it's not okay to actually spit out wrong facts. That irks me. Okay, it irks me when we spit out wrong facts that you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I'm trying to give you knowledge. You're in Ukraine. You've been influenced by America has always been influenced by Europe. Why do you think we fought 2 world wars? It wasn't our wars. We weren't threatened. We went over to save Europe, right? Save France and England. We got involved in European wars, which we're not supposed to do. We're still involved in Europe. We always have been. Never left. Okay? So stop. That's why you should actually be involved with Africa. You want to do what the white folks won't do. White folks don't want you to go over to the continent. Okay? Jesse just came back. You know, Jesse's gonna go over there, start his 10 businesses, and get his 3 wives. Okay? You can't speak on some place you've never been. Go ahead. Who was trying to get in? Charles.
I cannot. Yeah.
Was it? Go ahead, James. You're right.
Yeah.
You're next, then Charles.
Yeah.
Well, it's me because I'm about to get off.
Okay,
One,
go ahead, Charles.
Go ahead, Charles.
I can really sense the inexperience in your voice. You need to get out there and travel some, because first of all, nobody knows you're even fucking American until you open your mouth and the accent comes out. Why does everybody else think about the Italians? You think the Italian American gives up Sicily and Italy? We're the only idiots who say, "Oh, I'm going to go to Africa." That's where everybody else is getting money from. That would be economically castrating to say that. Then on top of that, the reason why we reach back to Africa, because guess what? There's some blacks who fought in the Civil War and went back. You always gotta have people, even if they have American lineage, they're gonna go back. See, the problem is everybody's convincing you to stay out of the damn Africa when they're gonna try to tiptoe their way in, because you know why? You're gonna have an easier go of making a business there than them. But I'm just like this. You need to travel more. You really need to travel more. And this is the black man's sin. Y'all don't get out much. You listen to people with some potluck shit instead of actually going and seeing it for yourself. It's no different than a martial art. If you think you're good, go out there and travel and challenge others. I just don't get it, because guess what? You got multiple cultures you come from: American, Black American, and African. So what's the bad part about that?
I think we're very nostalgic when it comes to Africa. You know, when you look at Africa currently, I think there's either 52 countries in Africa.
54.
There's over like 5,000 tribes. It's
more than that. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's literally a chaotic environment.
Have you been there?
No.
Hold on a second. Have you been there? How do you know it's chaotic?
I've researched. I've talked to Africans. I've watched a lot of documentaries.
Steak Man's from Nigeria. Is it chaotic in Nigeria, Steak Man?
Northern's a part where I am. There's a very chaotic part in the north because they're killing each other because of resource shortages. You call it Boko Haram, but it's just Muslim having a tribalistic fight. But you must understand, it's a very small part of the whole thing, and we are only talking about Nigeria. Where I am, there's total peace. There's no war. There's building, infrastructure building, business expands, new trading partners because of the Chinese. There is no war.
Yeah, you know the most violent country in the world is right now, outside of Ukraine. Okay, most violent country in the world. Guess where it is?
Is it El Salvador?
Mexico.
Your neighbor.
The five most violent cities in the world are where? In Mexico. Fighting over what? Drugs.
Drug money and drugs, which is ultimately indirectly caused by the United States. So indirectly, it's almost like you saying some of the most violent cities are like in the U.S. or responsible or made responsible because of the U.S. because of their influence. So it ultimately doesn't matter. It all leads back to the U.S. from all angles, even from the angle of the Africans. The whole reason why they're even like that, and they're more separatists when they come over here, is because of the colonialization process.
You talk about Africans when they come over here? No, the thing is, what comes if you ever go there, right? If you ever go to the continent, man, go walk to the embassy and see the line. Okay.
Well, Mr. Pookie is kind of making my argument.
Can I finish my thought before you jump in? Or
Can
you
I
just
go
like
after you, bitches?
or you like interrupting me?
No, let me respond to Pookie first.
No,
Then I'll let you get it.
Zab, hold a second, Zab. I want to ask you a question. Is it just a habit to actually interrupt me in mid sentence, or is that you got something against me?
No, it's bad timing. My bad.
Because you hear me talk. You hear me talking, right? I assume you can hear me talking, right?
Yeah.
So
I
why do you interrupt me? Because you keep doing it.
No, because I know, like up here, like somebody will talk, and then I want to respond.
No,
I asked you a question. Do you always have to interrupt me in mid sentence? You
No.
hear me talking, and I'm the host. Why do you do that?
Because he wants to learn.
No, because he wants to talk. Okay.
I know. I know, Seb. I know what this game is.
Hey Zab, are you the most?
Hold on.
Yes, I'm about to leave.
Okay. All right, Charles. Yeah.
That's the last thing I got to say is, man, you need to get out in the world and experience something before you can speak on it, because that's not good. All right, later, folks.
Who told you that I haven't though? You assumed I haven't been.
Okay, hold on. Where have you been?
Well, I was born in Jamaica. I've lived in Canada. I've been to England. I've been to Mexico. I've been to the Dominican Republic. I plan on going back to the Dominican Republic. I'm always on the plane, man. So I go places.
Yeah, let me give you an example. Hold on.
Can I?
I don't want to go to Africa.
Okay. Next person interrupts me, I'm gonna drop them. Okay. You hear me? I don't care who it is. Next person interrupts me in mid sentence, I'm gonna drop them. Have you been to southern Mexico?
I don't want to go to Mexico.
Why?
It's a lot of crime down there. Like you said, the cartel. I don't want to go anywhere where my life is at risk.
Okay. You know what? One of the most safest, besides Japan, one of the most safest countries in the world is
America.
No, America's not even close. Ghana is one of the most safest places in the world. In the world, I think it's top 20. Top 20 of all countries.
But with Ghana, they have a very old society. I don't want to go there. And what I want to be
BJs, I just got go
ahead. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so Zab, so I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, bro. I'm gonna simplify this. You from New York? You from New York, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna place this on the economics. So how long you been living in New York?
For about 20 years.
All right. So ever since you became an adult age, right? Like you see how expensive New York is, right?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Terrible, right?
Right.
But why is that you see that a lot of old folks back then, the old money's still there?
It's the home of Wall Street. So it's the core of America when it comes to finance.
Okay. So with that being said, right? So where did that old money come from?
Businesses, industry.
I know, but where do those lineages, where those people come from?
A lot of them are European.
Okay. So now you have Europeans who invested in their future that stayed in New York, built their little empire, and still send money back. So why would you tell people, Black and African Americans, to disconnect from Africa when Europeans don't even, as BJ said, they don't even disconnect?
Because that's a lie. New Yorkers aren't sending money back to Europe.
Shit.
Bro.
So
you telling me, hold on, Zab. So you telling me right now, a lot of them shops down in the meatpacking district, because I know a lot of Italian dudes who still run that area. You telling me they ain't sending money back home?
I thought we were talking about the upper echelon, the Wall Street types, because that's where the money is. There really is no money in the meatpacking.
Where's the biggest banking sector on the planet, sir?
New York.
No.
And London. Talk about
London.
Right.
Why does big money still bank in London, sir?
Well, every culture, everybody banks in London, not just Europeans.
You don't bank in London.
They still have
a lot of Africans do.
What I'm saying is, they have the New Yorkers gave up the connection to London.
They have a connection just as much as everybody else does. There is
No,
no.
you
You're
don't have
not
a
doing it
connection.
because they're white. If that's what you're going
Yes,
Zab,
into.
they do.
yes,
Yeah.
they do, Zab.
So do New Yorkers actually go down to the continent of Africa rather than Europe?
Why should they? What's in Africa?
Exactly. What's in Europe?
Money, finance, business.
So what's in Africa?
Minerals, resources, gold.
Ooh.
And what's significant? So what's the huge significance of resources?
Yeah, but those industries have already been monopolized.
No, they haven't.
No, they're
No.
not, brother.
Okay. All right, Zach. We're not gonna make the whole show about you because that's what
Yeah.
you like. Okay. You make your point. We're gonna go to somebody else. Okay.
So Mr. Pookie, he was making a point that America is on top of the pyramid. America, wherever America goes, the rest of the world follows. So if we're here in America, why do we need to descend back down into these third world societies to try to build up something when we're here now?
Because
and we have a multi-billion-dollar industry here in America.
Let him finish.
We have a
Let him finish.
multi-billion-dollar industry here in America that we should capitalize off of, which is the media. Such as like hip hop, a lot of the culture, a lot of the fashion. These are multi-billion-dollar industries that we could capitalize on.
Zab, shorten it up. You're not making a speech, okay?
Yes, it's multi-billion-dollar industry.
Other cultures are coming up.
Zab. Okay, I'm gonna drop it. Okay, I'm gonna give it. In a minute, I'm gonna drop Zab. We're gonna have a nice little chat. Okay, we're gonna have a nice little chat. I'm gonna bring out the belt and have a nice little chat.
Please.
Can I go after Pookie?
Let Pookie go, okay? Because he's irritating the shit out of me. Go ahead, Pookie.
I'm gonna just get this out the way quickly. It's a billion-dollar industries in this country, but they're overly exclusive towards specific demographics. If we build up other populations from Africa and other native countries from there, then we have more of a market to be able to force the Americans and markets here to compete and be more competitive in terms of employment for our kind, because we have a place to go. Right now, they really just have us by the balls because the majority of the Africans, they won't necessarily fully enfranchise us. They'll tolerate us and they'll coexist with us and do business with us, but they won't fully enfranchise us like how the Americans have to a certain extent. So that's why I think that's, in my personal opinion, that'd play a factor into why we're caught in the situation we're caught in, because the majority of the other countries around the world are not even developed to even a minute degree at this moment, but they're getting there.
BJS, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, BJS, what was the purpose of Gaddafi when he was in Libya?
The purpose of him, as far as what?
As in economics.
It's to whom? To America, to the Africans?
No, to us, as in the sense of, and to Africa, in the sense of he was.
What he wanted to do is he wanted to make the African Union real. In other words, same way the European Union is a trading bloc, financed by the European Union, the prices and all that kind of stuff. That's what he wanted for the continent. Okay,
exactly right.
And that was actually going to raise the prices for everybody else. But go ahead.
Now this is reflection when I hear Zab talk about we have all these multi-million-dollar businesses. The simple fact that I brought up the economical aspect was for a man that lives in New York City, right? And again, I'm not trying to judge you on your economics or whatever you do, but the simple fact that you talk about an industry that you really have no investment in, and you don't even have the basic investments in a city that's so expensive. Therefore, why you think other countries and why so many brothers want to do business elsewhere so they can actually flourish? Because you can't really flourish in the United States in this time of being.
Because a lot of black men are conceding and we're giving up those resources and we're not really fighting for it. We're looking elsewhere. We're looking to Africa.
What do you mean by giving up resources and looking elsewhere? What resources are you talking about?
Well, in regards to the hip hop industry, we're conceding a lot of the top levels to a certain demographic.
No,
We're
no.
pretty much allowing them.
They paid for it. Okay, they paid for it. They bought it.
What?
Then
So
we
you
should
think?
buy it back. Then.
And
Zap, Zap.
who owns the record companies and the radio stations? That
We
actually,
should. They do, but we should own it.
ain't no shit to it, right? Ain't no fucking shit to it. Who owns them?
A certain demographic, the tiny hat people.
Or tiny hat? Well, tiny. No, they ain't just the tiny hat people. Okay, ain't just to them. Okay, ain't just them. Who has access
We
to the
should
radio?
bogard them and retrieve it because it belongs to
Well,
us.
how are you gonna do that, Zab? Explain it to me.
However, we got to do it.
No, I don't know. How are you
By
gonna do
any
it?
means necessary.
No, any means necessary. How you gonna do it? Because you ain't got enough.
Well, let me ask you this: How do you?
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. If you had, you'd have done it. Stop.
Well, a lot of us are doing it. You know, not everybody is conceding.
Stop with the black boy magic, okay? You ain't got it. You ain't got it. Stop.
That's not the right attitude to have. But
No. It is the right attitude to have. I'm a realist. Okay, I'm not a.
Can I go?
I'm a realist too. The same way they got it, we could get it back from them.
How? Are you a realist? How? How you gonna get it? You're a realist. Tell me.
By infiltrating, by using business, by flexing our muscle.
No.
There's a number of different ways.
Soup to nuts. Bullshit. Give me one.
A detail.
Like what Yo Gotti did, where how he went up and he used his money to purchase the industries.
No, he didn't. He was allowed in. Shut up.
Well, how? But he got in though. That's the point.
He was
Look at Master P. When Master P was doing this thing,
he was picked.
Master P didn't have any help.
He was
picked. Matter of fact, he was undermined by black people.
Picked. No, he wasn't.
He wasn't, brother.
Yes, he was. Master P said it out of his own mouth.
Jay-Z was picked.
Nah, Jay-Z, I agree with you. Jay-Z was definitely picked.
They're all
but
picked.
Jay-Z,
they all had to do something to get where they were to prove their loyalty. Okay, they all did.
But my whole thing is like we see what's going on. Why are we just sitting back and just allowing it and just ain't nothing we could do about it? And we looking at Africa like, let's go for Africa.
Can I go?
Why? I don't understand it.
Well, then shut up and learn then.
Can I go? Seb, I understand what you are saying. The problem is what it sounds like you want power. Is that right? You want power for the black man or black people?
It just sounds like black men are so defeatist. Like we're like defeated.
It's not about defeatism. It's just that you accept that you started as slaves. That's a fact.
I ain't accept shit.
Here you did. You still
yes,
here.
You did. You from Jamaica.
You still here.
You still here.
Yeah, but the problem, Seb, is how you go from it is insane. If you really want power in this world, you do not isolate you from other places who are marketable. Like if black men really, let us go to the dreamland, really become an absolute dominating united force in the USA, even as a minority, even with the American culture as it is in the American history. Even then, in some shape, way, and form, you are still connected to Africa. You must still do business in Africa because Africa is the base where you build your power from, where you connect your power with. If you really want to have a dominated force, especially in some global empire like America, you cannot be like the Japanese and isolate yourself. That doesn't work. Not as a group in America.
And guess who they had to side with to get what
America.
America.
Yeah, America came in and said, "Oh, you are isolated people. Let's show me your guns. Oh, you have no guns? Okay, you're now ours."
Yeah, but basically they said, "Well, you don't have no industries. Okay, let's come in and build. Use your people to actually build this stuff." Okay, they brought them in. They accepted them. The European, they accepted Japan. They brought them in. Okay.
Now,
I want to hear your argument, Zab, because you're not making any sense. Okay. How many black people are actually in America?
50 million, but I think they're fudging the numbers because.
Okay. Well, let's take the numbers as is. How many black people in America, according to the last census?
They say 50 million. I think the number is way higher than
40. It's actually what, 46. Okay.
I think it's 100 million.
I don't care. I don't. You can think whatever you want. We go by the numbers. Prove there's 100 million black folks.
Well, a lot of mixed race people identify as white. A lot of Hispanic people who are really black identify as white. People who put other. There's a whole people. Some black people don't even report to the census. So I think those numbers are purposely deflated to give up the impression that we're a minority.
Well, how is that being a realist, sir?
No, that is being a realist. I'm looking at reality. Where
No. So you personally went all around the United States counting all the black people.
No, I'm gonna use my own anecdotal experience.
Hold on. That's not being real, is it? That's not a realist.
No, I was gonna give you an example.
No.
Okay, give me an example. How many black people in New York? You're in New York. How many are there?
All right, so there's a lot of Cubans.
Did you count them all?
Of course not. But what I'm saying is
how do you know? You're in New York. How do you know?
Because there are a lot of Dominicans, Cubans, Panamanians, Haitians. They don't put black. Some of them put mixed. Some of them put other.
How do you know?
A lot of Jamaicans put other.
How do you know? They can put whatever they want. How does the census count them?
Well, when that goes in, that goes to the deflationary value where you get the 13%.
How do you know? How do you know?
I'm speculating.
Oh, speculation. Guess what realists don't do? Speculate.
One thing I don't understand, Seb, is what is actually a group? Seb, very shortly. What is a group? What group do you want to empower? Because my problem is a very pro-American, keeps the outsiders
My
out.
group is descendants of slaves in North America, such as that includes Canada, the Caribbean.
They call Negroes. The hell?
Yeah, Negroes.
You're Negro.
Okay, Negroes.
You're a Negro.
Negroes.
Okay?
That's my group.
That's your classification, right? How many?
Right.
Only 40 million. How many are of so-called Africans in Africa? What's the population?
Why do you? I don't understand why.
I asked you a goddamn question. Answer the question. Stop deflecting.
There's like 1 billion Africans, and I think
1.6 billion. Why the Chinese investing on the continent? Why do you think they're investing in it?
Because
they have a lot of workers in China, and they figured by putting them to work in Africa, building it up, it will help keep their economy from imploding.
Where's the resources coming from? You need resources to build. You need resources to build an economy, don't you?
Yeah, but resources is this. Every country has a resource.
No,
not like Africa.
Africa's not a country; it's a continent.
A continent, right?
Okay.
There's a lot of minerals here in America.
Not really like in
Africa. Where's the vast majority of minerals that they pull from in the world? Where they pull from?
Africa.
So
I think the planet is resource filled.
No. That's not. Don't stop deflecting, man. Are you raised by a single mother or something, man? Because you keep talking female.
That's why I said, sir.
You keep bouncing all over the place. But the thing is, we're gonna let him finish up because the thing is, he wants attention. He's getting too much attention right now. He's deflecting from the whole topic. Okay. The thing is, if you really want to go through this, really, you can't really go through it because you really don't know enough. You have to be there. Okay. Go look at the East African corridor, right? Okay, and see what they're building and why they're building it up and how you actually build a infrastructure. How you build a country. How do you think China got built? Okay, over the last 50 years. Hold a second. How do you think China got built over the last 50 years? Who actually invested in them and where are they now?
America did.
So where are they now?
China, they're doing their thing. They're in Africa. They're building it up.
No. Where are they now? In other words, as far as on the world stage,
they're the number 3 superpower.
Second. So in other words, if you got young people, you got education, you got resources, you got land. Okay, what if they had infrastruccture and technology? Guess who's going to lead the world?
Yeah, but China is a very
guess who's going to lead the world? No. Guess who's going to lead the world? Who has the youngest population, the most positive birth rate, and most resources right now?
In
I would say
continents?
America.
No. Try again. Give you 3 guesses.
Nowhere in America.
What, China?
No.
No.
Try again.
Africa.
Africa. Okay. So if you give them technology and infrastructure, guess what's going to happen?
The China effect.
Let's guess what's going to happen, Zab.
Well, they're gonna have to. They're gonna do their thing, but they're gonna have to contend with the fact that Africa is very fractured. It's very tribal.
What was
you don't give a fuck.
Hold a second. Okay. Remember World War I and World War II? Where was that fought?
In Europe.
In Europe. That sound fractured to you?
It means they killed 1 million people on their own. Easy.
1 million people. What is it? 100 million people. Go ahead.
But how many wars is going on today in Africa?
In other words, not that many. Let me ask you a question. Europe was fractured. How long ago? What was it? World War II? Was it less than 80 years? Where are they now?
I mean, Europe was fractured most of the history, 99%.
I know. Yeah, we're not even going through that because that's too far back. Okay.
Well, what about the fact that global warming is displacing a lot of Africans?
Two more questions and the class is over, right? We're not here to. You haven't even paid your toll to get taught. Okay. You're getting the whole freaking history lesson for nothing. Okay?
You do this shit every time,
bro.
I know.
Yes,
you know what's sad, BGS? He's as he mentioned, he's from Jamaica, right? The Chinese have invested heavily in Jamaica.
I know. And
this is the shit that kills me, BGS. Like he was talking about, I'm speculating. You know, they're born and raised Chinese Asians that are actually born in Jamaica, right? Mm-hmm. But they're, again, Zab, you know and I know, they're Asian, right? But they list themselves as Jamaican. So your point is irrelevant, man. Like, I don't understand you sometimes, bro. Like, we East Coast, but I would assume you'd be a lot brighter than this, man. It goes back to, like I said before, I don't know if you own real estate, and this is why I brought the economic piece, was that at the end of the day, as expensive as New York is, it's always been expensive. There should have been more black people participating trying to own stuff, right? But there's a reason why they couldn't do it. Yeah. But now you're talking about $1 billion industry, and you're talking about this and that. Like, music is not the only thing that makes money in this world.
Yeah. I'm gonna cuss at Zaf for a second. He said something that pisses me off to the highest specificity. Talk about defeatism, motherfucker. I'm gonna say this, motherfucker. You niggas need to get motherfucking real. You're the defeatist. Care to go over there, actually put in work over in the continent where the future is. That's defeatist. Okay.
Exactly.
That's fucking defeatist. You niggas need to get fucking real, and you're not. Not even real about where America's going. Don't even study, don't even read, and talk shit. Have the nerve to talk shit to me. You're here to learn. Talk about defeatism. You don't even know your ass from the whole fucking hole in the ground. Talking to me.
You know, it's funny that you can say that statement.
Pisses me the fuck off.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You have no idea what the fuck you talking about. I've been in this game too long. Okay. And you telling me shit that you don't even know. Don't even know your own fucking history.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm here in Germany and sending back money back to Nigeria because that is my power base.
And this defeat.
Well, while y'all running to Africans are running here to America.
Go ahead, Pookie, real quick. The thing is, where do you think France gets 30% of its GDP from?
Africa.
Where do you think they get 30% of GDP? They're lamenting them getting kicked out of the continent.
Yes,
brother.
Everywhere is exploited.
I know, brother. I need you to wait, man.
Y'all want to go there.
I need you to wait.
Y'all want to go to the most exploited landmass on earth.
I need you to wait.
Well, you need to go ahead, Pookie, and we're actually gonna go on before I actually get heated because you're making me mad.
Okay? Yeah, brother. I need you to stop cutting people off mid-sentence when you hear them. Second of all,
I'm gonna finish it. They don't need all that. Finish your thought, okay?
This talk of this whole argument is stupid because the talk of this defeatist mindset. If you actually look at your own history, is so ironic. Your entire history is defeated. From beginning to end, bro. This is literally a situation of failure from launch, from inconception, from blueprint. As soon as the blueprint was made, it was a blueprint for failure. It was a blueprint for defeat. That was the whole point. But you're talking about defeatist mindset as if that there was some kind of other kind of magical plan for black kings to be all across America. There ain't no history of that, man. But you just talking about what you feel and what you thought of 5 minutes ago. Go look in the history books. That probably will hurt your feelings a little bit. But
you know what kills me about Zab is like, Zab, I know you send money back home to Jamaica. And you know, at the end of the day, there's a reason why you have to send money back home to Jamaica. Because if you were in Jamaica, you know how bad it is over there. So this whole this shit that you're saying, man, this shit don't make no sense.
Yeah,
I think the problem with me is that Zab's basically drinks Kool-Aid. He's basically 100%. I'm white, but I have black skin.
Yeah.
And that's why he talks this bullshit. Because the problem is, once again, Zab, if your group becomes dominant in some shape, way, or form, I am here. If you become dominant, you sit on your table, make a deal, I am here. Let's talk as an African. We are everywhere. Everywhere where the white man is, because he's a powerful, we are here. You cannot dodge us. If you want to become powerful, you must, in some shape and way, must go through us. We are the stepping stone. Even if it sounds very slavish and I don't like it, it is what it is.
I'm not opposed to dealing with Africans in the same way that the white man deals with y'all, the same way the Chinese man deals with y'all. We could deal with the Africans.
No, Snake Man. Let him finish his thought. You're gonna finish your rebuttal. That's gonna be it, right? Okay. Let him finish his thought. Go ahead.
No, I got it off. I'm just saying that
we
could deal with y'all the same way the white man deals with y'all.
No, hold on.
Do you know how the white man deals with it? Do you actually know how?
The white man come in, he takes what he wants, he does business. We do whatever we gonna do whatever we want with y'all too.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
He doesn't.
How do you know? How do you know?
That is the greatest myth of all.
How do you know, Zab?
Because a peasant white man.
How do you know, Zab?
How do I know? Because I think the younger generation.
No. Have you been there?
I don't want to go to Africa.
Well,
There's
you
nothing
don't know.
in Africa
What do
for
you
me.
don't know? You were then good. You don't know. Stop telling that to everybody else.
At least we know his group never will become powerful. He already told us. He told the entire world he don't want to become powerful. He want to stay a slave.
Okay, all right.
I mean, this is a whole.
No, Zab, you're done. Okay, Jesse, rebuttal, and then we'll go on to other people. Okay.
I say the whole thing about what Zab talking, it's a whole like small group of black people that believe the same thing, right? The Code Breaker guy mentioned it earlier. Like it's a whole group of these YouTube pro blacks, that are extremist, isolationists that believes, okay, no, we're not gonna do business with anybody else. We're just gonna do business with black Americans, and that the Chinese shouldn't be in Africa.
That's definitely not what I believe.
I mean, you pretty much just said he just said all this thing the whole past hour or so that he been on here. So it's like Snake Man said, at the end of the day, BGS, don't waste your time. This is the 80% that you and Dr. Claude Anderson talk about. Mm-hmm. That's going to be the permanent underclass in the U.S. And that's what it is.
Yeah. So Jesse, can you do business in Africa?
Hell yeah!
Is it easy?
They begging you to do business in Africa.
No. What I'm saying is, do you do business in Africa? You just there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there infrastructure in Africa?
Yes, there's infrastructure. There's some infrastructure.
Is there something there?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you make money there?
You could get rich there.
You can get rich there, right? They got education, they got schools, they got all this stuff, right?
Yep.
Got
it's
plenty
peaceful.
Of stuff
it's peaceful as hell. You ain't got to worry about nobody cracking over your head for your stuff.
All you have to do, stealing your phone is another story. That's.
I mean, theft. It's petty thefts, but you ain't gonna get. Most people not gonna get robbed by gunpoint, or nothing like that, or shot up or nothing.
Or shot up. Or
you get shot out here. Anybody worried about that?
No.
You go there, get that money.
I've been there. It's one of the safest places in the world to be. Japan is probably the safest place in the world, but outside of Japan, one of the safest places in the world to be. That's why I always recommend.
What's funny? Sidebar, right? In Colombia, I kind of gotta sleep with one eye open.
Yeah.
The chicks there, make sure they ain't trying to rob or nothing. But the chicks in Ghana, it's like, okay, they're not even They're not even thinking about trying to.
No, they still have the old school values.
I was gonna say, can I hop in real quick on the last point that was just made?
Go ahead.
Well, actually, I came up here for the whole black patriarchy thing, but I'm gonna
Oh, well,
not talk
go
about
ahead.
that.
Yeah.
Just
What? Okay, wait. Go ahead. Jump in, and then that's what the whole stream is about. Is about black patriarchy. So that's on the table. Always on the table. Well, go ahead. Where you want to jump in at?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Cameron. Where you want to jump in at?
There's
He's
a
Borging.
lot.
You're
Hear me?
Borging.
Borging.
How about
You're
now?
Borging out. We can't really get you. You gotta
You gotta
your
get
audio.
a signal. We need bars, Cameron.
You got Pookie
I'm
Wireless.
happy. How about that?
Huh? So what? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Okay. You got bars?
Stop using that motor. Stop using that router I sent you.
Okay. All right. Yoga. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me, fellas?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, it touched the chord with me. I'm just been rolling and checking you out. I'm down to ATL. It's Memorial Day weekend, and some touched the chord with me personally that came up with y'all that you was talking about the matriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
I just had two recent deaths in my family. Two aunts passed, and these are my father's sisters.
Okay.
And when my aunts passed, we found out what I found out. Like I'm a grandchild that they had different fathers. They had different fathers, and so it opened up the whole. Where I'm at now, looking at this at 41. So I said, wow. So having to talk with my dad. So if they had different fathers, what's going on? And we found out, with the official names on the, at the funeral on the program.
Okay.
So when I asked, come to find out, my grandmother had three different baby daddies.
Yeah.
But growing up as a little boy, I didn't know that my grandma was the sweetest thing. Like you said, the church going thing. Dry cleaned all my clothes creased, khakis going to school for my grandmother. And just finding out this, I was like, well, what happened to my middle auntie's father? I'm talking with my dad, and my dad told me the story. I was like, so I have cousins thinking that my granddad was their granddad.
Right.
They never told any of us until they just passed. And it just touched the chord. Like I said, I heard y'all talking. I was like, I just found out this about my grandmother. Like, I didn't know it was three. And my grandma from the old school, like how I'm saying now, we want women like our grandmother that acted, and stayed like our grandmother. Come to find out, it was three. So my granddad, the middle child, and the last set of kids. But everybody, they gave her the name, I guess, because to cover it up.
Yeah.
So she carried the name verbally amongst the family, but I found out, officially on paper, it wasn't her name. Yeah. And so they covered it up. So that was my only thing, going back to that.
Well, the thing is, back then they used to, everybody had a code, okay? And the code was to raise the children as normally as possible. So they coded up, even though they actually covered over the dysfunction. We don't do that anymore. So when we actually move out of those spaces, it actually be more obvious. So
now here's one thing. This one thing I think about. I was like 12 and 13 years old in middle school in the 90s, 92, when they came out with Jerry Springer and all that foolishness on TV.
Yeah.
And I remember us, like, my uncle saying, hey, y'all, don't watch that foolishness. Go outside, play, get off the Nintendo. But my grandmother would watch Jerry Springer in the house.
Yep.
And we was always, like, confused about, they would watch Jerry Springer but being to the church.
Yep.
And it just came out, like I say, last month, and it touched the chord with you. Somebody mentioning that, saying, y'all don't know, y'all grandmothers got 2 and 3 guys that y'all don't know. I'm like, that's what I thought myself.
Yep. My grandmother as well. So it is what it is. I mean, that's just
good topic.
And it's very, it's not uncommon. In fact, it's very normal, for, in fact, they said 68% of Black women have children by more than one man. It's highest rate, but that's part of our culture. If we kind of meshed it in to make it, who we are. But thing is, we kind of hide it. But we actually get on code and hide that stuff. So
and that also applies to Jamaica too, by the way.
It what?
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know what you said.
It also applies to in Jamaica too. Like a lot of grandmothers, I found out that my grandmother, she had 3 different,
So
and that kind of blew me away.
So where do you think it started, Zab?
I agree with you in what you're saying. I don't disagree with anything.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to say. That's what we're trying to tell. That's why it's Jamaica's a matriarchy. Era Miller said it.
Reality hurts. Sometimes reality hurts.
Yeah, you can get
when because you've been taught one way, and by these women that you love. I looked up, and then you realize, oh, they didn't even show you the whole picture.
No.
They like shelter us in a way that lies to us.
Yeah.
And our egos are kind of, and psyche, it's hard to handle it when you get, sometimes as a grown man, when you wake up, and some guys wake up and they go nuclear, like some of the guys were talking earlier.
Yeah.
You're like, y'all been lying to me this whole time, and had me out here simping and feeling sorry for other people and doing this unnecessarily help, and it has us, like Dr. T. Johnson says, we become ConcuSerfs because they just train us like that.
Hey, Yoga, does it make you look at your grandmother different, or do you look at her the same?
It took death. It took look. I had one auntie that passed the cancer, and my other auntie was over there taking care of her and stressed about her. And y'all know how that can be. And she passed just the other month, so it rocked our family. So when I'm going over the programs for my auntie, the funeral programs, and I was like, hold on, they got this wrong. And then I'm calling my father. My father's the oldest child, to get reconciliation on the situation. And that's when it came to be. And so I'm like, whoa. So now I'm getting a different perspective on my granddad, because I thought my granddad left my grandmother or something when she was young. So I got to get the whole stories now. And I got to understand that maybe if my grandmother bucked on my granddad in the house and said, well, I can keep the kids by law. And then, because my granddad had a whole other family in Detroit in the 40s.
Yep.
And so I got to find that out now.
Yep.
I would do the same thing if you go and get pregnant on me and then it ain't my baby. I would dip and go have another family also. So that's why a lot of our grandfathers got different families in different regions of the country.
Yep. It's all screwed up. It's been that way for a long time.
And I kind of mad at my dad for not telling me, because you got to tell the next generation so they'll know the true nature of the woman.
Zab, hold on, man. Hold on.
No, that wasn't me.
Okay. Yoga, what did I say was wrong with black women? Shame, guilt, and need to be right? Okay. So what's wrong with the whole black community? Shame, guilt, and need to be right. That guilt, that shame, and that guilt, they covered all that up with the need to be right. That's what they did.
Scared to tell us.
Yep.
So we got to tell our kids the truth and the true nature as soon as possible, so our sons won't get their ego shattered. It's like a whole new program when you wake up from the Matrix. You're like, wow.
Hey, Yoga.
You gotta change. You gotta be able to. Hold on, brother. Can I get in? You got to be able to change. You got to be able to change where you pulling your ego and your confidence from. You're gonna have to be able to adapt it. And Yoga, I can completely empathize, bro. With my father's lines just alone, and what happened with his father, man. His mom's too, bro. It's shit. And I was that shit had me kind of high, to be honest. Like I was like, what's taking you so long? What's like? Who's like my actual grandfather type? Like, who am I actually related to? Where do I get like my genetics? And it's just you don't get those answers, and that shit is just like.
Let me see who this guy is, real quick. Zybog, who are you, man?
Yo, man. I'm one of your subs.
Okay, all right. I want to make sure you're not a troll.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay, all right.
So, Yoga, let me ask you a question. Like, I know for me, the whole idea was like they say that the grandfathers just left, or they were cheating, or they were doing something scandalous, so they had to leave. Do you question a lot of the stories? Because when you compare that to how women are now, where
I look at the age closeness of my dad and his sisters and brothers. My dad and his auntie right up under him, they 2 years apart. But then my other auntie that actually passed, she's 4 years away. But then all the sisters and brothers up under her, they like all within a year. Her and my other auntie was almost in the same year. So like looking at it now as a grown man, saying, okay, it was 3 baby daddies, and they close. Maybe it was a situation where that grandfather left because she was pregnant too soon, and it wasn't DNA.
We can't hear you. Can't hear
You
you.
cut out. Yoga, you cut out.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Oh, your headset gave out? Okay.
Disconnected.
No. He said headset gave out. Okay. All right. He's driving. Okay.
I guess the point is that the whole narrative that all these black men were just leaving and taking off. I'm starting to question that.
Bro, what the fuck? No. All right, man.
Hold on. Everybody should question it because it wasn't true.
Nigga, why do you think I have? Look, yes. Could you pull up my profile pic just for a moment, just for 1 second?
Okay. All right, man. All right, Pookie.
Just for 1 second. Just full screen it just for a second. Why do you think I have this fucking Donald Glover fucking icon over my head? Why do you think I have this here? This is not just me acknowledging my supposed past. No, the shit was Hollywood. It's bullshit. That's the whole point. It's a joke. I'm making a joke out of it because it is a joke, because it never actually happened, because it was made in a Hollywood studio for the most part, because black males never had that kind of money or power ever.
It's a cold game. It's a cold game.
It's your culture, man. It's been your culture for a long time. It didn't just start here. It started a long time ago. Well, all we did is replicate it. It ain't never changed. And that's what Monahan was trying to say in '65. It ain't never changed. It needs to be fixed. But the black women don't want it to be fixed, unfortunately.
But BGS, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So going back to the topic about black classification.
Okay. Negro.
Yeah. My question is, like, how do we reclaim the definition of black?
How do you reclaim the definition of black? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think we should. I think we should.
Zab, was he talking to you?
Oh, my bad.
Thank you. What do you mean by reclaim the definition of black?
Because it seems like the way that kind of the white patriarchy has designed things, it's created a particular definition of blacks globally. So my question is, like, how do you reclaim it and make it your own?
You have to take power. Who defines things?
Okay.
You have to take
but
power.
BGS, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Who interrupted me again?
You know who? Sam.
Do you want to stay on this panel?
No, I just wanted a question.
Do you want to stay on this panel? That's the question.
Yes.
I asked. Why you keep interrupting me in mid-sentence?
BTS, you know my answer, what you should do. You know exactly what you should do.
I know.
Act like an African elder. Take out that ancient cane.
He's hard. He doesn't take correction very well. He keeps doing the same thing. Go ahead, Zybar.
Because I think the annoying thing, kind of, it makes sense that America is kind of was and kind of shifting now, the center of empire. So what happens to you guys kind of spreads out to everybody else. So I think it's going to begin with you guys almost reclaiming that definition, and that's going to seep out into the rest of the culture.
We can't reclaim it until we take power. That won't happen for another 70 years.
Can I ask a question to the fine gentleman?
But actually, you're going to erase that definition for the most part in the next 20 years, called people of color. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I think I'm cool with that.
Okay, that's what's going to happen. You're going to merge. You're going to add mix.
But then I've got another question after that, though.
Go ahead.
How do you get your sense of belonging? Because at the moment,
Since it
But
belonging to what?
So exactly at the moment, you guys identify as Black American, right?
Yeah.
I identify as Black British.
Okay.
Snake Man
Okay.
identifies as Black German.
Yeah, but the thing
So
is, you're
No,
Black.
Nigerian.
Hold on a second. You're Black British.
Nigerian.
But you have a landmass where you came from. You didn't. You weren't. Were you born
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Or
I came from Ghana.
You come. Well, then you identify as Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Yeah. We Black Americans don't have a landmass to identify with, because we were actually created. We were created class, basically bred like cattle to serve. So we actually, all that stuff was erased. We're actually a very new group of people, mixed in from like 1,000 different groups.
So
bred like cattle.
With this criteria of people of color, how would we then create that sense of Blackness? Would that still be there, or would that just
you would identify with whatever your mixed lineage is, whether it's with us, it could be Mexican, Native American, white, whatever, right? But you would identify as a person as not. The old classification is non-white. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Now there used to be two groups in America: white and non-white. Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
So people of color are just non-white. They're just going to go back to it instead of these little breakouts.
That's actually the question I wanted to ask Chi Borg, because the problem I have.
Well, you're muted, Zab. I mean, Yoga, you're muted. So.
Yeah. So the problem I have with you, Chi Borg,
we still can't hear you, Yoga. No.
Yoga, you're muted.
Yeah. No, he's not muted. His mic doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah,
barely. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Snake Man.
Okay, I just wanted to say, when I hear reclaims the term Black, I think to myself, why do you want to reclaim something that you didn't even invent it?
That's the only identity they have.
It's like that's why I always say, that they called us Black in ancient times. So people
exactly.
But that's the only identity you have. What else you gonna cling to?
We could create a new identity, because we are a brand new hybrid people. And
you can. So how come we haven't?
Because you don't.
I think we're doing it.
We're all here as Black men. And the reason why we're here,
we're actively doing it.
Hold on. You're actively doing how, sir?
We're actively creating our own.
How?
I don't know if you want to call it society.
How?
By forming a culture that we could all identify.
Oh shit!
Oh, you don't think so?
No, we're not. I know so. Go ahead, Uru.
Well, we're all here as Black men. We're attracted to this environment because we're Black men. We're attracted to this environment because we're ADOS men. We're attracted to this environment because we are Jamaican men, Barbadian men, men from Africa, men from the diaspora. We are specifically drawn to this environment because we're Black men, not men of color, not non-white or whatever, or certainly not because we're Asian or whatever, because we're not those things. We are drawn to this environment specifically and primarily because we are some manifestation of African. That's why we come here. That's why we repeatedly come here. That's why we have come here for years. That's why we have debated what we are and what we should be. And none of this has anything to do with being European or Asian or anything other than being from somehow connected to Africa.
But that's why you do know that the Africans, they're trying to be like us currently.
Okay.
And that's why they come here. That's why they come here.
But we're the vanguard.
Okay. No, we're actually we actually are subjects to the kingdom. Same reason that Jamaicans go to England, okay, because there's money, and that's where the money is. Okay,
I'm
that's why they come
glad
here.
you brought that up, BGS. Jamaicans go to
It
England.
had nothing to do with us being vanguards, right? We just happen to be in the position. Okay, we happen to be born in the empire.
Well, I was more referring to the culture. Like we create the culture, and the rest of the world, including Africans, follow suit.
If we were 40 million people living in Zimbabwe someplace, would they follow us?
No, but
Why do they follow
Zimbabwe,
us? Why do they follow us, Zab?
because like you said, we create the culture.
Why
The
do they
money is
follow us,
here.
Zab?
Because
Zab.
the money is
Oh
here.
no. Why do they follow? Who projects our culture out into the rest of the world?
The media, and we are the media.
What media is it, Zab?
Music, entertainment,
What media
movies.
is it? Who owns the media, Zab?
I know who owns it, but I think we should own it because we can.
No,
We're the ones
come on,
putting all the
Zab.
content.
Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. What happened to him?
And that's a valid point. We should have been supporting them, and we let them.
It doesn't matter, Zab. It doesn't matter. Okay, you don't have that kind of power. Stop.
Why not?
You don't. Why?
No, I'm saying why don't we?
Because you don't have you don't have the money, you don't have the numbers, you ain't got the guns, you ain't got the force, you ain't got the banking systems to set up to do this. Do you have all that, Zap?
I think we don't have the mentality, and once we get that mentality, we can get it.
We got plenty of smart people around the world, including the Chinese. They don't have it. How come they don't have it?
Because they're defeatists. They're weak-minded.
Get off
The
my
Chinese.
Can I say something, BGS? So one thing to the brother.
Get off my panel, Zap.
Can I say one thing to Zab? Wow.
He can still hear you.
Hey Zab, I'm gonna try to make it as simple as possible. I'm gonna take off my shades. They got the gunpowder, brother. That's all what it's about. So you can do all that. We can do all the huffing and puffing. We can pool all money together. We can do the African Union. They have the gunpowder. That's how they got in the position. Obviously, you don't listen to BGS long enough and know what's going on. They have the technology called gunpowder, the upper hand. Outside of that, yeah, we'll go with the plan that you got. Just take over. But that's why the other cultures, the Asians and the other so-called smart people hadn't took over. They have the gunpowder, the nukes. I'm out.
They took over China, which is like 10 times bigger than they are.
Oh yeah. It's a Boxer rebellion.
The defeatist. Get the fuck off my panel.
Hey, the Chinese population. I'm literally on a roll right now, but the Chinese population is over 4 times more than the U.S. population. So tell me how that happened.
5 times.
5 times.
I said over.
Well, what do you mean?
All right.
The China has existed as a contiguous civilization for over 5,000 years.
Once again, Zeb is a whiteboard.
Of course, it's larger than the United States.
Well, I don't think that's the issue. It's just it shows you how powerful the United States is.
Exactly. That was the point.
How young the United States is to have that much force to basically put everyone in their place if things get out of hand. So,
yeah,
it's the gunpowder. Period.
That's
the nukes.
That was the point. Zab saying we should and we should do this. Should ain't got shit to do with it. Ask the Ukrainians about shit right now.
We could put together 100 Tulsas, Oklahomas. We could do 100 Tulsas. They gonna nuke them all, fellas.
They did.
We already did it.
That's why the Atlanta Compromise failed. Okay.
Exactly.
That's why it failed. Booker T. Washington was wrong. Okay. You can't earn your way into this, okay?
BGS, you speaking sacrilegious right now, sir.
I don't give a shit, man. I had to go back and look at it to actually make sure that my thought process was actually right. Shit failed. Tulsa, what is it? Was it North Carolina? What was it? Louisiana?
Florida. Auburn Avenue in Atlanta, all of it. They burnt it all down in the riots.
In the riots, right?
We gotta have defense if we're gonna build something. Military.
East St. Louis, if you don't have civil rights, guess what's not gonna happen? economic rights don't count in this country, right?
I mean, we saw that with Wilmington, right? Like, wasn't that the government that was actually white and
North
black,
Carolina.
and
It
they
doesn't.
murked off the white and black people?
It don't matter. Half the lynchings were at black business owners. Okay,
Facts.
so that's why Du Bois was right. He knew it. Okay, you said
Black business owner and doctors and lawyers, the successful business black class got lynched, pulled out of their houses.
Yep.
You talking about going down to the clerk and filing the LLC to start your business, and they know everybody gonna support your business, they kill you.
Yeah.
Yo, can I BGS? I've been trying to get
Can I just
on.
say this real quick?
Hold on.
Do what y'all gotta do. No, I don't want to fight.
No, I just want to give a real quick book recommendation. The history of black business in America. Entire book talks about from the 1800s, 1900s.
Okay, who's the
white
author?
people taking over businesses and stuff like that.
Who's the author?
Hold on, let me get it real quick. Let me get
Go
it.
ahead, Cameron. You trying to jump in?
And thanks for that shit.
Oh, okay, good.
Juliet E.K. Walker. The history of black business in America, capitalism, race, entrepreneurship. So it's volume 1 to 1865.
Okay. All right.
Could you put it in the back chat? I just want to say, could you put it in
Jesse, you got a wrench, don't you?
No.
Go ahead. Type something so you guys will put the link in.
And thank you, BGS. I just want to say for that share. You know what I'm saying? The video Rui's doing well. I appreciate the support and the love. I just had to, get that out. So I want to, but all right, my bad.
Cameron,
Are you a computer science major?
He's trying.
As of this morning, yes.
Then you need to link up with me later on. Not right
just
now.
trying.
I ain't fail that. Just link up with me. Like, this is a good moment.
Hit him on your email in the back chat, Pookie.
Bet. But what I
was I'll put it. Yeah, I'll type.
Go ahead, Cameron.
What I was gonna say earlier was I know it's a little bit late because I was trying to get to some Wi-Fi. I had to turn the turbo on in my car to get home because y'all was jumping all over the place. So like point one was as far as interacting with Africa and all that stuff goes. I know I'm like 40 minutes behind. There's a big tech scene going on in Africa right now. Like I'm tapping into it. And here's the deal. People used to go to India for this type of stuff. Now they're starting to go to Africa for it. And the thing is, they're good at it. And to be honest, because we look like each other, when you interact with Africans, I know a lot of people may not know this, but a lot of people here do know this because we're in this space. That we automatically know we ain't the same. We're the same, but we're not like different tribes, basically. You kind of look at it like that. But you still get it's like if you were still Indian, even if you were a low-caste Indian messing with the Indians, you're going to tap in a lot easier than we would tap in. Everybody want to cut grass and do stuff now that I'm home. And then to the second part, when it comes to the
I want to speak to that real quick, man. You know what they told me when I was over there?
What they say?
They'd rather do business with you than all the other people. Why? Because you look like them.
I ain't surprised, and that's the energy that I get.
That's what they told me when I was over there. Jesse probably tell you the same thing. I'd rather do business with you than the Chinese, the Indians, the white folks, and whoever else, right? They always tell me
what to say, bitches. When I tell them that, to say, you are a racist. Why are you doing that? You're a racist.
They brainwashed. They're brainwashed. Go ahead, Cameron.
But no, and the thing is, to be specific, because I know a lot of people here like examples, concrete, like tap into the Nigerian tech scene. And if you want to really get into the tech scene in Africa, hop in through Twitter, and you're going to run into person after person who knows. I'm talking about React, Angular, Vue, and those are like $100,000 industries in themselves if you know those languages and you know how to like really make some type of app with them. So like I'm not giving you fake information. And those people over there are building systems. The problem is the whole banking system. Like they can't tap into American markets. So you can be a middleman, even if you don't know how to program, but you can speak the language. I mean, of course, you're gonna have to cut the money down the middle, but you can still interact with these people and get that.
The one thing about the Ukrainians is actually gonna force into action is the Chinese and Russians have been building a secondary system for like the last since 2009, so the last 13 years. It's going to force them to actually start using it. So they're going to need people to actually help run that stuff. So you can't get into the banking system as far as SWIFT is concerned. You have alternative. It's actually going to grow with crypto.
Now's the time to get them.
Now's the time to get them.
Being funny.
No, not time to get them. But go ahead. What's your second part?
was with the original topic as far as like the whole black patriarchy thing. When I say that I have to uppercut people to give me the semblance or the respect, like, so I'm a person who a lot of because everybody here doesn't know me, but like I kind of live what I preach. So like my religion is on my sleeve, like you know what I believe and how I think, and
Okay.
it's just like the people who are closest to me always have to constantly be reminded. A real world example: me and my sister-in-law share the same therapist. We just found
Okay.
out today, and she was telling her therapist things that I was telling her, and her therapist was shocked. And I'm just kind of like, she shouldn't be shocked because she's used to hearing that from me.
Hmm.
But the thing is, that's not her lived experience. Like my sister isn't shocked;
Okay.
she's shocked. But it's just more or less like everybody will turn to the wife, turn to the insert female here, and
Hmm.
here I am putting boots on the ground, giving real world examples, living what
Hmm.
I preach,
Don't
and
matter.
I have to correct people, and I'm like
Hmm.
I come off as rude when I'm just like, no, you need to face me, you need to talk to me. She's not the person you need to speak to. Da 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 da. So it's just like this ain't no patriarchy because a patriarchy, all of that would be given, and I would have to lose it. I'm over here. I don't want to say begging for it, but it's basically how it feels when I have to correct people day in and day out that look like me every single time I deal with this.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing, it, you can't unbrainwash people from children, right? You can't unbrainwash them. Okay. Uh, Even the males look to the female first. The thing is, even on here, man, even on YouTube, right? You can say it for 6 years. If a female comes up and says the exact same thing, they take to it. They've been trained to do it. I stopped trying to fight it. I mean,
I will say though,
we've been programmed to
go
actually function in a gynocracy. It is what it is. Go ahead.
I will say the based off the reading recommendations you give
Hmm.
and just kind of
Hmm.
following you, you've kind of
Hmm.
given a lot of shortcuts. So I've been able to
Hmm.
circumvent a lot of this type of stuff. I was doing like let's just say a lighter version of Kevin Samuels where you kind of put people into a box and they answer their own questions. Like,
Hmm.
basically how Socrates used to do to people. Let's take Kevin out of it because I know that's a polarizing figure. Socrates used to do it basically
Hmm.
where he would just kind of ask you question on question to your own.
You bored just for a second. You there?
It's one of those. Yeah, some spam was calling me, so I had to hang
Okay.
up on
All
him.
right.
But it's basically like that, where it's just more or less like you kind of laid out the framework if you read the books, because like just watching the videos ain't enough. It gives you the taste in your mouth, but like when you follow up, read the material, and then find your own material, it's really easy to play judo with this stuff. But eventually, you get tired of playing judo. That's the problem. Even if you win every single match, you still got like that energy that just gets depleted. So eventually, you're just like, fuck it. Like I don't even want to do this no more.
I kind of speak about like the fact that black people, for the most part, are woefully ignorant about what's going on. I find that out more and more every day. The more I listen to brothers and sisters talk, I'm like, wait a minute, you don't know what you're talking about. You just feel things, and the feeling of things and the way you feel about a matter, you try to use things. You try to use pseudo facts and pseudo data and pseudoscience and a little bit of history to justify that feeling, but you really don't know. You haven't watched anything. You definitely haven't read anything. So you're just going off of how you feel. And, people feel like some of these other communities have a patriarchy that may not. People feel like these other people got things intact that really don't. People feel that white supremacy is pretty much a thing that's primarily affecting black people and nobody else. Factually inaccurate. I mean, you're watching China try to unravel itself from US hegemony in the Eastern world, where the Chinese nation is, and people still talking crazy. So you even see, BGS let us know straight up like what happened to the old Israeli prime minister, right?
Yep.
Not there
Yep.
anymore.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
He
And that's a and that's a,
he bit the hand that feeds him.
and that's pretty much a white country, and yet he disrespected the wrong, more powerful white person, and then what happened?
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's not there no more. Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Pookie,
Exactly.
tap in with that email before we forget.
Yeah. Yeah. And Cameron T. Riddler asked, "What area actually are you in?"
So basically, what I normally do is I'm an app developer. I know that's
Hmm.
vague, but there's different areas. So you got people who might do networking. You might be and that could be on prem or in the cloud. Those are two
Uh,
separate industries. Right now, I'm an IT person who makes apps, and I'm kind of learning how to deploy those apps in the cloud. That's kind of where the industry is going. We're moving from on-prem to off-prem in
Okay.
mass. So basically, that means learning Azure, that means learning AWS, and then kind of
Ooh.
learning that the products that they serve. Because
Mm-hmm.
just learning those buzzwords ain't enough. Like, there's going to be a fundamentals test for each one. So
Azure's not easy. So.
no. Neither one is easy. They're the same thing, and it's like learning programming language. When you want to
Mm-hmm.
learn, you kind of learn them both. But like
Mm-hmm.
learning the fundamentals, I recommend you learn Azure or AWS. Learn the fundamentals course because then you'll kind of see where you want to go because there's money in all the directions. So I won't say one's better than the other. I'm primarily a C# developer, so I'm married to
Yeah,
Affirmative. Both of those are
yeah,
Microsoft products.
Yeah, Microsoft. Yeah.
yeah,
And so what I'll say is I'm kind of in the space because just saying I'm an IT person is very vague. I'm more so
yeah.
like Martin Fowler books where you learn how to refactor code. I'm learning acronyms like DDD, TDD, BDD. Like that's kind of what happens when you're like 5, 6, 10 years in the game. You have to kind of learn these acronyms and learn how to get a rope over these big ass systems and
Mm-hmm.
like layer them out. So that's why I was trying to link up with Pookie so I can at least give him some material. I might not be able to give him a connection, but I can start telling him like what he should be looking out for, how he can kind of move. At least don't do what I did. Like I'm good, but I could have been
hmm
better if I'd have known sooner.
Yeah.
Well, I got my STEM connections and stuff like that. And Code Academy, I'm gonna start a subscription to that to get the basic 5 out the way and then work on to the 9. Because I already have experience with working with the basic 5 and the 9 full languages since 16. Because I was in the STEM programs and I was a part of the program. That was a part of the material we were learning was we had to take coding classes every day.
And
So.
that's the problem. And like what you did, like I'm not gonna diminish what you just did because you did real work. And first off, I'm proud of you for even being in this space. The problem is when you're in the market, you know that there's a direction that everything's going. But when you're in
hmm
school, from experience, you don't know what direction you're going. So you start shotgunning the approach. So like
Yep.
talking to people like me, I can kind of tell you like, all right, focus on this and focus on that because this is where the money's at. And I can show you paychecks and pay stubs and backroom messages to know so I ain't just out here bullshitting you. And
hmm
because like right now you'll hear a lot of people. I'll give a real world example. Everybody's like, you need to learn Python. You need to learn Python. Python is okay. You can kind of make some money with Python, but if you learn Java or C# or even a C++ language, you are
You
going to
learn
be
them
able to
all.
command. That's the problem.
You
You can't. You start to become a master of none if you start to master them all because you can't. Each language is going to be different. Like so, I'll give you a real world example. I started off as a Java developer, and then I went to C#. C# had something called link.
hmm
Java at the time didn't have something called link. They didn't even have lambda expressions. So if I was supposed to try to master all of these languages, I would have been in C# land learning link, and then came back to Java and
Yeah.
realized that I can't even do that.
Everybody should start with C because Java is actually created from C. So.
Yeah, so it's like when you follow the hierarchy, I know it sounds boring, but it's the reason why it's called the fundamentals. It's like
hmm
bring it to basketball. I'm a shitty basketball player, but I understand the fundamentals. If you don't know your fundamentals, if you don't know how to dribble, if you don't know how to pivot, if you don't know how to move the ball down the court, you can't be good. And that's really what programming boils down to. But
And to
right
be honest,
now,
the
go ahead.
fundamentals, if you running the fundamentals, allows you to cut down on a lot of the effort, and you can redistribute and repurpose that effort towards more productive task, or whether you're on the court or trying to code. So it's all about trying to get smarter so you can do more with less.
And
And
that's why I want to put you up on these terms because it's really, to be honest, fuck the languages. Like I don't want to disrespect anybody's like way of making money, but the languages aren't important. It's more or less like, do you understand object oriented programming? Do you understand
Mhm.
how to unit test? Do you understand what a unit of work is? Do you understand agile? Do you understand waterfall method? Once you start understanding like the business concepts, then you start to then go to the programming concepts. You start to realize what jobs you can do and can't do with certain languages. Like railroad example, if I was to make a small app, I would use Python because it's a scripting language. It's a script kiddie thing. Now, if
Yep.
I have to make something that's more complex, I'm going to need generics. And only
Yeah.
languages I got that got generics is C#,
Yeah.
Java, C++, maybe Rust, but like, those are newer languages. So there's money out there, but not too much. So you got people who are stuck in languages like Ruby. I'm gonna wrap it up because I don't want to hog it all.
Yeah.
You
You
know,
got to go
Ruby and
back.
all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you got to go back down to the bare metal.
So yeah, and the thing is they don't tell you that, but it's easier to teach. There's a lot of money in teaching right now. You see people making these videos, you see people making courses, you see these code camps. all of that is just fluff. That's why I told you to hit me up so I can at least show you material. I pay a coach every single month on what direction I need to go in because even I don't know. Like I saw somebody doing something that I want to do, and I was like, all right, nigga, you there? How did you get there? Here's money. And then when I get to where he's at, I gotta find another coach. So the least I can do is tell you what I did to get where I was at, and you ain't even gotta break the same bread that I broke.
Yeah.
And this
True.
is what we call building. You see that? You
Yeah.
Black Guru, you saw that, right? Like all the talk of black men don't build and we don't talk to each other. I see it every day here. I see it in real life. I don't know where we get this narrative from where niggas ain't helping other niggas.
In other words, if you're not making videos, explaining and which nobody watches if you do.
Exactly.
I'll tell you that.
They don't.
Hey,
hold on.
Can you gonna interrupt me again? Can I speak?
Well, not you
on my channel.
My bad.
Can I speak on my channel? Is it okay? You sure? I got 6 guys actually coding live, doing live streams on coding. Then they got 6 people watching. I want to hear that shit about, well, if you don't make this kind of, I want to hear that. Okay. My dark news is one of the least watched videos when I put up.
I watch all of them.
It has the most information, least watched. Yeah. I don't want to hear about that.
Even with my fitness content, I understand I'm still growing, but I done made levels, and it's like I get a decent amount of viewers from where I started, but I still can't get no comments or no likes. I got no perspective on like what y'all like, what you don't like, because y'all don't say nothing. It's heavy.
I say don't give up. I say don't give up just because I know y'all just went on a rant and said people don't watch this stuff. But as one of the people who would watch this type of stuff, I understand that there's only 6 views, but that 6th view would be me. And then I would go out there and do something and I would pass it on to 15 people. Like what I do with Pookie isn't what I'm trying. I only heard Pookie was an IT person like a couple streams ago. So I've been trying to link up with him ever since. We was talking about the Ukraine stuff, just to at least extend the olive branch. This happens all the time. So it's like, in my opinion, what I've noticed is the videos with the least amount of views, those people actually internalize that information and actually take it and do something with it. And when you have, no disrespect, when you have those 15, 20,000, 16, a lot of people just consume it like food and then just, get to you about their life.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, it's an entertainment platform. Okay, now the white guys, they can do that and kind of get away with it because they have more numbers. But on the black side, they be saying, well, how come we don't build, how come we don't network and actually give out more information? I don't watch that shit, and the content creators know it. They know it. So it's not about you; it's about the people that actually complain. That's what he's actually talking about. He wasn't talking about you.
Yeah.
I say do it anyway for the people that want to learn.
Yeah, you're 100% right, BGS. Let's say on my channel, I mean, I'm inconsistent as hell. I ain't gonna lie, but
you are. But go ahead.
I did a bunch of business videos, business related videos. Got like 10 views. Did a view about swirlers, 1,000 views.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Always.
Did a video about ADOS, 800 views. Like what?
When next time you're over there, I should do a video about how do you vet wives over in Ghana.
Yeah. I'm actually I'm thinking about setting something up, but man, I just have so much stuff going on. I'm trying to find a way to reduce so I can do some more stuff like that.
That's right. That's right. You're a businessman.
Because I have the footage. I just need to take time to upload, edit, and narrate or something like that.
You got them 100-hour work weeks.
Well, I did reduce from 100 down to like 80 or 85 now, so that's good at least. I was I didn't tell you back a year or two ago I was starting to have heart palpitations.
Oh yeah,
I was drinking too many energy drinks.
Yep.
Irregular heartbeat and stuff. So
not enough sleep. Yeah, it's really not enough sleep.
Nah, been there, done that. Get off the caffeine if you can, man.
I had 4. I was getting like 4 or 5 hours sleep.
Yeah, not enough sleep. Yeah, and the doctor was telling you what? Get more sleep.
He tell me to sleep more and lay off the energy drinks.
Yeah, because it's really the sleep that'll cause it.
Because it was like you need at least. He was like, you're getting 4 or 5 hours. You need to start getting at least 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Really, really.
Some people are actually born with the they actually sleep less. They're born with it, but that's not most people.
Yeah,
If you get off the caffeine first, bro, like don't get me wrong, like I have energy issues being an IT person trying to do all my dreams and my other plans. And reducing your caffeine intake, my daughter wants to be a part of it. She sees me
Okay,
talking.
go ahead. All right.
Once you get off the caffeine, you're gonna have maybe like a month or two where your body's readjusting, but you will find your natural energy levels once you get off of it, and then you will really be able to like hammer it home and figure out what you can and can't do and push your body in different ways. Whether you need to exercise more, take more vitamins, all of that type of stuff. Whether you do 3 on, 3 off, like you can find a plan, but you have to get rid of the
I
caffeine.
knew my I knew my limit, but what I was doing was using the caffeine to go past my limit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like you got to go past your limits in ways that are long form, and
so
that's what I was getting at.
What I realized for me is that I had to figure out like my limit of how many months can I go crazy 100 plus hours of working, like before crashing or burning out. And like for me, it's like 6 months. But other than that, if I keep like 60 to 85 hours, I mean I could do that all day. But once I start doing 100 plus hours a week, work week, then I'm gonna burn out in about 6 months.
You got kids and all that jazz?
Talking to me, Jesse?
Yeah, I don't
have no kids.
Okay, this is making more sense because I'm like, once you start having kids, and if you do the old traditional family thing, bro, that you Superman if you can pull a 60-hour work week with kids, a wife, and a family.
No,
you solo dolo.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
Yeah.
I tried.
I found out.
I'm averaging between 60 and 75 right now,
I was trying to do
with no
20-hour
children.
days. I was trying to do 20-hour days with an old lady in my ear and 3 kids. Don't work.
Not at all. Not even one drop.
And I'm gonna be polygamous, so I'm about to probably get married in the next 6 months or so. So we'll see how that works.
It'll work the way you want it to work.
Yeah, we got about 15 more minutes. Go ahead. What's your question?
BJS, I had a question. What's your thoughts on raising a family in black family in Arizona?
Arizona's cool. Okay. I had an uncle, basically a family member actually raised kids in Arizona. It's fine. It's slow. Where you doing it? In what? Phoenix, Tempe, where?
Mesa.
Oh, Mesa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gilbert.
Small town. Yeah. Well, yeah, Gilbert maybe, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
I wanted to back up Jesse a little bit when he was speaking about the numbers.
It's gonna be a mixed area, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to back up Jesse a little bit when he was talking about the numbers and the views he do depending on the video, right? So, BGS, I didn't forget about you kind of giving me a suggestion. You know when a parent gives you a suggestion, but it's really not a suggestion? So BGS didn't give me one of those, and he said, Mr. Z, you might want to go a little political. And I've like been mulling it over in my mind for the past like 2-3 weeks since you said it. And I think I am going to go more. And it's still this stuff, but more talking about like the going political, and I've been wanting to kind of start angling that way, especially since Ketanji started running for Supreme Court judge, which she got the nomination, so that's cool. But anyway, I'm saying all that to say Jesse's 100% right, because the stuff I do when I talk about social media and its effect on us, or like tech or anything like that, my shit don't be getting like 300 or something, 400 and something views. Yeah. But let me talk about Stefco or somebody. 2,000 views guaranteed.
Yeah.
Guaranteed, right? So like, yeah, Jesse's 100% right about that. Like, you talk about divestors or swirlers, yeah, you got to do numbers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, hey,
black people don't care about no production.
If you want to make your money, that's what you do, man. You got to cater to the audience.
I mean,
well, Ed called it out a long time ago. Go ahead.
Look at all the popular, YouTubers. They had to do the same thing, right? Kevin Samuels, the lead attorney. They all said the same thing. When I was talking about this important stuff over here, I had this amount of views. When I started talking about relationships and stuff like that, their stuff went up. Because even KS, man, rest in peace, of course.
Yeah.
He had a couple business type shows that he tried to pull off. He had the Lions Den with Ramil and a couple other things, but that it just didn't get the same steam that the more relationship topic stuff got. So
And see.
I mean,
Right
that's
here,
what
this
I'm
is
saying, right? So like, real quick,
one
quick. I'm just
Go
trying
ahead.
to land real quick. So and going exactly where Jesse was going, which is, for me, it's about talking like, hey, be careful in these echo chambers. Be careful what you're consuming, especially for you young people. Like, these things do affect how you see the overall world and the opposite sex and whatnot. Like, I'm one of the videos I'm working on is actually splicing up the actual like people that do this for a living telling you that shit. So maybe because I'm saying that these people can't take it, and I know it's not going to make numbers, but I want to put it out there anyway to tell people like, we're not going to pull a Buffalo, but don't allow yourself to be radicalized on the internet, like how we see the sisters talking crazier and crazier and they're trying to one up each other in their insane rhetoric. I don't want us on this side of the game to become like them and just try to one up each other on the insane rhetoric because the algorithm rewards it, right? And I'll pause right there.
And just to piggyback exactly off of what you just said, and I'm kind of on the opposite end of you as far as people producing content that get low views. I never really got to tell him directly. Kevin Samuels is the person who actually helped me. I did the work, but he gave me the advice to go get my first 6-figure deal.
Okay.
And he had made a video that didn't have that many views on it. And I'm pretty sure it's behind a paywall right now, but it was basically like, you a bitch, you're not gonna go to your boss and ask for a raise. And I watched that video and it hit me in the chest because I was a bitch and I didn't ask my boss for a raise. So I heard the video, I went in there, asked him for a raise. He said no. I told him to speak to his manager. I went all the way up to the CFO. Everybody said no. And in the video, it said you need to quit. So I was like, if you don't get the money, you need to leave because that's the only negotiating chip you got. And I did all of that. And eventually, like I said, it led to the money that I was able to get. But nobody watched that and nobody really talked about that. And even now, like even after his passing and all of this type of stuff, nobody talks about none of those videos that was like business oriented or anything. Because a lot of that material got me to where I was just because I was the first person in my family to do a lot of the things that I'm doing. So I needed advice. Like,
you did.
You go to YouTube. Who's doing what I need to do?
Yeah, that's true. And he's an expert at it because he did it.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, don't give up because people are actually out there looking for that information. And that's why I say that just because it got 12 views, those people might be taking notes.
Exactly.
Those people might be like me and they're gonna spread it out. Like I tell everybody how I did what I did.
It's who I always say it's who. There's two kind of videos, right? It's who and how many. Okay. Who is it for and who you trying to reach and how many you're trying to reach, right? Sometimes it's about who. I want to get out there for the people that actually need this stuff. And then sometimes it's about how many. The popular stuff is about how many.
I'm glad you brought that up because honestly, when I was listening to Kevin Samuels, that was actually some of my favorite topics that he talked about. Which I don't know, it's weird. Like I say with BGS, my favorite BGS topics is when he talked about the geopolitics and the stuff like that, as well as the gynocracy. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, the relationship and the black women stuff is cool. But I don't know, just something about those geopolitical videos and those gynocracy videos that just
because those are the keys, right? The gynocracy, the relationship stuff, nobody cares, right? But if you're in a room with rich white men and you drop some of this stuff, they're gonna say you ain't supposed to know that.
Oh yeah, and hey BGS, they're gonna give you those wide eyes. They'll be like, they be looking at Negroes that be knowing too much. That's the white man alerted face. Get his ass. It's time to.
And then they want to sidle up next to you. Okay, how much more do you know?
That's exactly what happens. 100%.
Yeah. Like with the stuff with the Ukraine, some of the stuff with the Ukraine, even the guys over that actually get like 150,000 views, right? It's just catching up to where you guys are now. You guys been knowing this stuff. You're just catching up to it. You're just realizing what the game is.
I got off on some coworkers and gave them some game on accident because I don't normally drink with my coworkers. That's just a rule of mine because I've become who I am. And I was kind of spitting some of that truth. And one of my bosses, he's ex-military, and I saw his whole demeanor change because he was absorbing it. He was actually lit. Everybody else was just kind of, I'm like, nah, he's picking up on what I'm pitching, and he's looking at me a whole lot different than he used to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that's why a lot of people come to this space. That's why you see certain people doing numbers. I mean, the Maybelline Muppet said it herself, which is like, some of these sisters hate brothers more than they love black women, right? So you hate black men more than you love black women. And those particular content creators on that other side, they do numbers in their most incendiary, the videos where they have the most incendiary language. So it's people like to feel that emotional up and down, especially the women. So I mean, when we're talking about geopolitics and when we're talking about history, and when Art and go through the whole entire Kernel Commission, right, in like a billion-part series, that was really good. I missed a bunch. I got to catch up, but I did watch a few of them. I mean, those don't do the numbers as if we're like Art New Style say all the time. If we're saying Godnocracy 10 times a video, right? I mean, like, those are going to do numbers, and it's the same thing on the women's side, because people came into this space oftentimes because of heartbreak or because of feelings of rejection, and they don't. My main issue is that a lot of brothers and sisters don't ever evolve out of that. They kind of stay mired in that indefinitely, and that's an issue, especially if you in your. I can understand if you in your 20s, I'll give you a pass, but if you're in your 30s and your 40s and you still watching what I call like anger porn shit, rage porn shit, then I don't know how that benefits you in the long run. I think it actually makes it worse, right? Because it puts you in an emotional space not to ever really open up to anyone in that way or look at shit as purely transactional. But for those of us that kind of want to talk about these larger things that actually do affect the gynocracy, believe it or not, we kind of find ourselves lacking in a lot of spaces to go. Sometimes we actually have to either go to BGS, Truth, as I know he's doing a lot of good work, but oftentimes it's fucked up. We got to go to the white boys. I hate that.
Well, that's because other groups of people actually are interested in those type of topics more. So if you look at it, you really have only one or two like black content creators that may have a significant following. But if you look at the content creators on certain topics like geopolitics, business, finance and investing and stuff like that, I mean, you have a bunch of different content creators that have huge followings, like, people with 1 million followers. And that's in a lot of cases, that's because I hate to say it, but it's not a lot of people in our community that are interested in those topics. And like stuff like geopolitics, I mean, that branches, different races. Look at BGS. I mean, I'm sure BGS probably has a bunch of different race of people that listen to geopolitical videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Bro, I disagree with you on that one topic. I ain't gonna say that you're wrong. I think that people in our community want to talk about it, but a lot of people don't find outlets to talk about it. Because when I walk,
I would agree with that.
When I walk in a room and I start talking that talk, people either listen or they ask questions, and it's a build. It's like a back and forth. It's like we always like to make that joke about people didn't like anime back in the day. It's the same type of energy that I get. It's there. Shit. It's just not cool.
Hey, of course, it's there. It's not cool. I mean, of course, me being a young guy, I've had to test the limits during a couple of times when I've had these interactions and conversations. And I pretty much know where the line is to of how much information you could say, and the information that is gonna get the white man looking at you with them big ass eyes, like you getting ready to get put on that paper, nigga. I need you to calm down.
We got about 5 minutes, Lindy. So you ain't at the wire.
Okay. But real quickly now, I'll move out your way. You gotta remember, we're challenging people's worldview. If you're my age, I mean, you 35, 36 years old, and you've been hearing a steady narrative for 3+ decades. And then here goes some weird ass American-born Haitian kid that's telling you something different, right? Or BGS or Black Uru or somebody telling you something different, and you're already in your mid-30s. Like, you have to understand, like, a lot of people, not just geopolitically, but when it comes to relationships, when it comes to national politics, when it comes to geopolitics, when I was telling people before COVID, when I was telling people actually the crime rate is like in a 30-year low, they were looking at me like I was stupid. No, I see this stuff on news every day. Yeah, that's BS. The actual numbers say that violent crime is down, homicide is down, all of these things are 30-year low down. And people are looking at me like I was crazy because it's something they haven't heard for 20, 30 years. You know, so that's kind of where we are, where like there's these dominant narratives, and then when you come with some facts, people look at you like you crazy, even though you're on the right side of history. I'll pause right there.
Go ahead, Lindy.
Oh, I just wanted to say really quick. Well, and Mr. Z just pretty much stole my thunder. It's about
My
worldview,
bad.
guys. No, it's totally cool. It's about worldview, and you've been inculcated within a certain milieu to think a certain way. And the thing that BGS has been trying to do for I don't know how long since he's been on YouTube is to show you guys in a very simple fashion that the worldview that you've been inculcated in is bullshit across the board. And I will sum this up about the original topic regarding black male patriarchy. There is no such thing. Period. Let's stop living in this delusional bubble because you're sounding like black women. You're starting to sound exactly like them. You're in this aspiration. You don't like where you are in the pecking order, in the hierarchy of American society. And that is totally valid. Who in their right mind would want to be on the bottom of a hierarchical social structure? However, with things that are going on contemporaneously, and Jesse Veal III is a very good example of this. You can usurp your position in the American societal hierarchy by expanding your worldview and looking towards other vistas to try and make something for yourself. So someone like that clown, what is it, Zeb?
Zab, yeah.
If I was around him, I'm going to be totally honest. I'd slap him. I'd slap hot fire out of him. I'd give him a good old-fashioned South Carolina ass whooping because that's what he.
Will Smith over
that's
here.
what he needs. That's what he needs.
But
because
you
some
know,
people, because like BGS always says, you motherfuckers do not think that fat meat is greasy. This whole entire thing that's going on right now with the American economic societal experiment, which was initially created by hustlers for hustling.
Facts.
This is a plantation system. It has always been that way, and until the worldview of the dominant society in this culture changes, it will continue to be so. That is why they are running around all over the planet trying to do the same, trying to subjugate everybody else under their way of thinking, inculcate them into their worldview, so that way that they maintain their position. And people right now, and you see it right now with the Russians are saying, fuck you.
Yeah, because they encircled them.
They're saying right now, fuck
you. Yeah.
And the Chinese are quietly saying, you know what? Keep playing. We got $5 trillion of your debt. You want us to put that back on the market? That will crash the economy immediately. And all this, and you all will be sitting here trying to figure out, you're trying to huddle in together and your little cliques trying to keep each other safe so that you're not being eaten. Keep fucking around, see what happens.
Yeah.
But Lindy, you know, the question for me is always, do black men really want full on? Because when they talk this patriarchy talk, I'm like, do y'all really want full on all the responsibility patriarchy? Because from what I'm seeing, a lot of brothers is real comfortable with watching women work and giving women a little bit of freedom and letting them do their thing as long as she don't disrespect you. I don't know if black men want full on patriarchy or if you just kind of low key looking to the side and a little jealous of white men and what you think they got going on. Because they don't really got full on patriarchy over there neither.
Bro, it's the same
responsibilities
thing with
that
black
come
women.
with it are just. Oh, my bad. Somebody's talking.
No, it's okay. It's the same thing with black women wanting to be like Miss Ann. You know what I'm saying? And white women want to be like black women.
Facts. You know, I said that shit too.
let's be honest here. You know what I'm saying? You got all these different little groups who are all jealous of their perceived role in society. White women want to pretend like they have not directly benefited from the largesse of the American experience, of the American. Hold on for a
Preach,
second,
man.
Shout out to Bill Burr. That's what he was saying, right? On that
Yeah.
stand up.
Yeah.
Gucci footed boots. That was
yeah, we still use
one of the best lines ever.
All the PhDs still use it. Gucci boots.
To your point about that, for those who do strive and get it, as a person who I feel like I have kind of transcended at least into some level of that, there is no rewards on the opposite end. As crazy as that sounds, like, so once you get it, once you live up to this ideology that you was raised to do, conquer the white man, do all this patriarchal BS, nobody respects the energy that goes behind it on your side of the fence. So it's almost pointless. I can't even encourage other people to do it. I just did it because that was my training.
The thing is, the women have been socialized over 12, 13 generations to do what they do. You're not going to break that. So,
and I'm agreeing with
they
you.
are. Yeah, that's who they are.
And the energy is just like, once you get it, the best thing you can do is kind of control the bubble that you get, because that's all you're going to be able to do. I can only talk to people who's willing to listen. And when I go out into the real world and I do stuff, like I'm an HOA president, I do things in my community. I'm not in politics, but I influence politics by the money that I can spend, other people's money, let's be honest, other people's money that I can spend, and like the words that I can use. That's as all my influence goes, and that's all I can control, and that's the only benefit that I get.
Well, we got to get out of that mentality that you can merit your way into a woman's heart. Either she with you or she not, and I think that's one of the hardest things for men in general, not just black men, to get over. Nigga, if she fucking with you, she fucking with you. If she's not, she's not, and there's no way of meriting your way into that. All you could do with merit is rent your way in, and that only lasts until she's ready to give up.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
Okay, I'm Zab. You making this personal, okay? And if you don't want to be here, bro, you telling me you don't want to be here? Because I can make it really efficient, man. I don't need another sub, okay? I got 40,000 of them. I don't need you. So if you're telling me you don't want to be here, calling this a cult, is that what you're trying to say? You trying to say that? Go ahead and say yes, so I can get you out of here.
Zab, before you shoot yourself,
cult versus thought bubble. Cult versus
stay in the loop and just listen, and then make your decision. But if you only gonna listen while you're emotional, you're gonna lose the battle, bro. Been there, done that.
If you want to be here, because I'm losing my. I mean, I'll be 63 next month, man. I don't need to be here. I don't need to do this. I need to be on a beach reading my books. That's where I need to be. I don't need to do this.
I think BGS think he got a life outside of YouTube. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You think you real quick, Pookie, real quick. BGS, sir. I don't know what you think this is, but you've been here for life, bro. You signed the blood oath. You on YouTube for life. We gonna find you and put you right back on YouTube. Don't you leave on some
shit. Years ago, 3 years ago, I was actually gonna take all this stuff off and put it all on Patreon.
I remember when what's his name exposed, what he did, and I remember you saying that, and I was like, where BGS think he going?
And Dr. Johnson said, no, your people need this stuff. They need this knowledge, and they're not gonna pay. They're not gonna pay for it. So keep it free. So I keep it free.
Man, Dr. Johnson's so nice, man. He's so nice for that.
Not me, because
I would have been like, look, if the niggas ain't willing to pay, let them niggas pay.
Zab, why don't you go get something to eat, Zab, because you're getting ready to actually get yourself in the trick bag, all right? Okay. Because you already done pissed me off. So why don't you just go get something to eat and get out of the chat?
Yeah, dude, fucking go hit the bong, man. You do this shit every time. It's like the 10th time in a row. And to be honest, BGS is way more patient than me. You be talking about his evil twin, but apparently my whole persona must just be evil, even the good side. Because even the good side, your ass would have been out of here after the second time. Because you never bring any stats. You talking about fucking a cult. But explain to me, how can you have a cult of information that is public to everybody else? Just because your dumbass chooses not to read it doesn't mean everybody else will do the same, bro. And if four people tell you the same thing, if four people want that ain't no, we ain't need to focus on that.
No, because we only got about 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
4 people. Look, man, we don't need to worry about the code.
Negro, leave him alone, man. Leave him alone.
No, BGS.
The main point: four people are telling you the same thing, and you should just objectively listen to that based on common sense. But I don't even know why you're defined at this point.
Because he's raised by women,
No,
shame,
no,
guilt,
no,
and,
no,
and it need to
not
be
only
right.
that.
It need
Not
to be
only that.
right.
He's a bitch.
I know, Seb. No,
Damn.
bitches. I know, Seb, because we had discussion other topics like why is the African profiting from the system here in America when they're not black? And I said, when I told Seb the same thing like you told him, or I tried to tell him, you are not in charge. The beef is not with us. The beef is with the one who's in charge. But Seb doesn't give a fuck because once again, he's a white boy in black skin who drinks the redneck Kool-Aid too much.
If you take the top 1% of the Nigerians or wherever they come from, wherever the black folks come from, and come here, match them against the top 1% here, they do the exact same thing. There's no difference. There's no difference.
Yeah, try to explain that's Nigerian because the discussion was Nigerians that come here are elitists.
They are elitists. Yes, they are.
They treat you better than they treat the Nigerian because Nigerians would shit in their mouth if they dare to talk to them.
Yes.
And by the way, this brother is not the first Nigerian that we've heard say that. What's the brother name? Balari? Haven't we heard him say the same thing? So like, and this is why I put the data set up that I do on in my community tab, just to like bring people back to the ground sometimes, because I think we can't advance until we actually know what we're talking about. And what's been happening over the past, I would say, for actually decades, is like this weird like over romanticizing of other groups and how strict they are and how they got it together. Go ahead.
Because America feeds you their fucking propaganda. Okay, that's what they feed you. Jesse just came back from the continent, right? He knows the small percentage of people that actually make it to America from the continent. Small, I do mean tiny.
Even that, BGS, you got people like when we talk about like the whole relationship thing, right? I can even do that. You got South Asian guys, Indian guys throwing acid on women that turn them down, bro. Like, so when I talk to people, I'm like, do y'all even know it? And that's why I always juxtaposition the East Asian community in America when we have these conversations about merit or anything. I always like to bring in the groups that y'all think are God and they're so disciplined. I like to just remind you, these are their faults. This is what's going on over there, so that we can have a more honest conversation about what's actually happening, white supremacy. But if y'all don't want to have that conversation, then it's really hard to speak if it's going to be like, well, the problem is we always lacking and we not trying hard enough. I mean, literally, like we said before, they burned out Tulsa. They didn't kill businessmen, right? They didn't ran people out of town. There's a reason why so many black ancestors moved to the Northeast, the West Coast, and the Midwest when they were in the South. There's a reason for that, right? But if you're getting some of your ideas and your narratives from certain content creators who will remain nameless, then you're gonna have like a half-ass understanding of world history and of American history. And God forbid you're getting your information from somebody, a bitter brother or bitter sister, then they really ain't gonna tell you anything.
I know we're about to wrap up, so I wanted to at least say this before we dip out. I'm going to give one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite crack dealers growing up. He said, I'm just giving the game back a little bit. And he taught everybody how to make crack. Now, whether you made crack or not, it was the energy that was important. It was like, this is how I got where I was, and I'm showing you how to do it, whether you want to do it or not. So I'm going to end with, it ain't always about buying suits because everybody can't afford a suit. But my philosophy is if you can afford liquor and dope, that means you can afford a blazer. If you can afford a blazer, you can afford some pants off of eBay for $13. You can make this work. Then you go to your city full council meeting, not full council meeting,
city council.
City council meeting. Just go there. Go there for 3 months straight. Don't say nothing. Just take business cards. Make your face known. And you will soak up so much game from just being, no matter what you're trying to do. You're trying to draw, you're trying to dig ditches, you cut grass, it don't matter. You cut grass, and now you found the person with 1,500 square acres of business property, and he wants you to cut it. That's a deal. And you just get that from being in there. Here's another secret. Once you join it, there's another level typically. You typically have to pay for it. Now, you probably spend $1,500 to join, but when you join that $1,500 level, you are in a room full of decision makers, which means you only have to convince one person, and now you are greenlit to do whatever you need to do. So if you're a programmer and you're like, yo, I want to make a system for you, bam, you only talk to one person and their job is to make everybody else accept it. Normally, you got to go in there and sell to it. Once again, that's something else KS taught me back in the day before he was talking about females. And that's something that I was able to do, and it works. So I'm going to go ahead and get that game back to the universe because I don't think nobody else be talking about it. Everybody only be talking about mating and dating. And that's not really something that I talk about often because it doesn't affect me. I'm married. So, you know, but go out there and get that money, man.
Yep, I heard that.
Hey,
Be the best version of yourself. All
I'll
right,
make this is my closing statement too. I said the same thing on Toyo show last night. A lot of brothers, if they don't see the vagina at the end of the rainbow, they're not going down that road. So if they don't see the, and it's true, like
you ain't shit, but that's true.
It's true, and that's in like
that's where the pot of gold is, right?
The pot of gold is in between her legs, and like a lot of, and I don't even, you know what? Let me correct myself. That's not just a black man thing. That's half the reason why these white boys is falling off too.
Yeah,
they don't see the vagina at the end of the rainbow, and they're like, "Screw it."
But they bring the gold with them, though. That's
right.
You know.
You know, so like, and you know, the black patriarchy thing. I mean, once again, like I asked the question earlier. Is that something that black men really want? Do you want the full-on weight of patriarchy, right? Our life expectancy is rising. Do you want that shit to start coming back down a little bit because y'all are dying of massive heart attacks, working 2-3 jobs to maintain everything and pay for everything? I mean, do you really want to go back to those days? I don't know. Right?
Well,
so like,
you didn't get patriarchy when you did it then.
You
Who's next?
yeah, you're right. You're right, BJs. I'm done.
I got to. Yeah. Black patriarchy. You niggas is not getting it in the U.S. Bottom line, if you want black patriarchy, you better go somewhere in Africa where that shit is already set up and insert yourself into that system.
Yep.
Because it ain't happening in the U.S. Period.
Nope. They're trying. The U.S. trying to get rid of it there. They trying to slowly.
Oh, they trying hard.
They trying hard. Man. Yeah. But get it while it's still there.
These white people they have up in there, man. They had a thing in Ghana last year where these white folks came together and tried to open up this LGBT center out there, and the youth said, "Y'all motherfuckers have 24 hours to shut this shit down, or we gonna burn this shit down."
Yep, and they're serious about it too. But that's the way how you handle things back there.
Yeah.
Why do you always try such shit? They try. It's nearly 100. They tried since decolonization. They always come, test the waters. Can we do it? Can we do it now?
Because they want black flesh. That's why. That's why they set it up. They want you.
Yeah, I mean they already molesting kids and all that stuff. So that's really how they started off. Now they just trying to continually, slowly push to legitimize it and everything.
Yeah,
that's all.
They want your boys. Yeah. Who's next?
So what you would say is the U.S. Okay, so the U.S. because what it seems to me is they literally just want our bodies for the most part. They just want to make a lighter colored versions of me.
A white boy actually tweeted to me. What the secret is that what black men don't know is that white men like black men more than their own women do.
Facts.
You said what?
He said the white boy told me this. He said what the secret is about the swirling shit. He said white men desire black men more than white
Facts.
Like on some gay things. That what we talking about?
Yeah, bisexual shit.
You have no idea as an African with the homosexuality of white men. Like here in Germany, we had a normal discussion and they start talking about my penis.
Yeah.
5 white guys around me. You know how hard I sweat. I sweated.
Yeah.
That was when I was a few times. I was scared.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Take it from a man who's been flirted with by a lot of white dudes because they thought that was my lifestyle because of how I dressed. They really be on that shit.
They were on that shit, and they offer you white pussy to do it too. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why they will let you cuckold their wife, and they will watch.
And they will watch. Yep. They will. Yep.
And record. That's the real tea.
Yeah. It is what it is. Who's next? Who hasn't got their thoughts out?
I'll just say this. Y'all have a good Friday.
All right. You going any place for the weekend, Lindy? I know you're old swabby. You might.
I might go down to Myrtle Beach and see if I can find a few white girls.
You ain't shit. All right, folks. Anybody else get their thoughts in?
Nah, man. Apparently it's your birthday, man. Happy birthday if that's
Oh,
if all
no,
I
no,
hear is
no,
true.
not till next month. Not till next month.
The
BGS
comments
said,
caught me
"Don't
off
call it
guard.
yet."
Don't call it yet. Yeah, but I'm getting ready to take a nap, and then actually going to be on Green Gorilla. We're actually going to be talking about fem cells in about a couple hours.
If he opens that panel, I gotta be there. I'm there. I'm already there. But if he opened that panel, I'm definitely on it. Because
I'll see if I can find Nameless.
Even better.
Yeah.
Tag team.
Hey man, get him in his flowers for me. I can't never catch him, but that dude, I didn't went through all his videos. He's spot on a lot of stuff. I didn't read the Bushido book. I mean, the only thing that's keeping me from really getting on the level is I can't speak Japanese, and that's where he got me. Because meanings change when you do languages.
Yeah, he's steeped in it, but
No.
Nameless is
He's on a space shuttle with DC.
Yeah,
They're in the future right now.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but really, I mean, you guys got to. We're actually blessed to have these caliber people like Lindy and Nameless and DC in the space, man, and they're humble too. So, we're actually blessed in this space. So you guys are lucky. You're really lucky. They won't even tell you what they do. That's how specialized they actually are. Lightbearer is another one. They're actually very specialized. Yeah, very talented, very specialized, very trained, for lack of a better term. So they're not just the average workaday walking around people.
Yeah, it's a good way to humble yourself because I be thinking I'm hot shit, and I'm gonna get around people who are hot shit, and I'm just like, I ain't doing what you're doing, fam.
These are the people that the government will never lose track of. Let's put it that way.
They're the ones who literally press the red button.
No. Well, in other words, there's stuff that they know, the stuff that they've seen, and training that they have that they cannot let go of these people. So we got to, when you see them, pay attention. I'm just
They don't
saying.
They don't want any of these niggas training the radicals and then shit.
Well, that could be part of it. What I'm saying is that I'm trying to. These are very specialized, very talented people. When you hear them, you see them, pay attention. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna bounce off here. Gotta catch me a 40 winks, and then I'm gonna gotta get up and
later.
Do the other halves. You ain't shit. All right, folks.
All right,
all right, peace out.
Go get you some money.
I heard that.